This is Joe Menendez, and you're listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast.
Hello, Leapers, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap Podcast, Quantum Leap After Show. I'm Albie, and as always, with me is Hayden.
Kevin! This was Quantum Leap Does Home Alone.
I thought of that a lot. And we have Brian.
You'll shoot your eye out.
And we have the great, the one, the only, John Irons.
Rubber Souls.
Spoilers.
That's all that was left.
All right. Today we're talking about the Season 2, Episode 9 episode of Quantum Leap, Off the Cuff, where Ben is a bounty hunter again. And it was written by Alex Berger, directed by Joe Menendez, and edited by Piper Crozy, and the director of photography was Anna M. Amartey. The episode aired Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, 10 p.m. on NBC. The leap date was April 10th, 1970. And here is a little blurb, the synopsis about it. When Ben leaps into a bounty hunter escorting the world's most slippery criminal, a deadly pursuit forces them to go into hiding. But Ben quickly realizes this leap is more than meets the eye. We have a great episode here tonight, too, for the Quantum Leap Podcast, Quantum Leap After Show. We got some interviews. We have the main guest star of the episode, the radically selfish Kevin Zat, played by David Clayton Rogers. We have him. And we have G. Alexander. He was credited in the episode as Cowboy Hat Guy, but he actually has a name. Brandon Hake, if you look at the bail form. So that's pretty cool. And he was a great time to talk to. Dancer, stuntman. And we have the guy who played Josh Nally, Kevin's brother, and Hannah's husband, spoilers, Josh Dean. And that was just a wonderful interview. We went a little too long on that one, but the guy's just funny and interesting. So look forward to that later. Josh Dean. All right, so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Off the Cuff, Bounty Hunter again. Bounty Hunter 2.1, 3 point, how does that work? I don't even know. John, first impressions.
It made about as much mathematical sense as what was on that whiteboard. In other words,
I'm sure we'll get to that in a bit. You're going to have to help me with my maths. John, First impressions on Off the Cuff.
I thought it was fun. It was not particularly deep, but they jammed a lot of other 80s movies references in there. That was nice. And it's always nice to see Hannah again.
It is great to see Hannah. All right, Brian, first impressions of Off the Cuff.
I liked it a lot. I like the nostalgia of it. I like the comparisons to Hunting We Will Go from the original series. And I didn't like the comparison with Piano Man because it ruined it right at the beginning for me. But I did like the episode a whole bunch. I loved when Hannah came in, and that was a surprise at that point. I think they did that really well. And, I kind of like the whole thing. It was fun. A lot of leap stuff in there instead of project stuff, but just enough to get us, a little further in that story too. So overall, good for me.
Hayden, first impressions of Off the Cuff.
Well, I guess that a danger of a show trying to be on an upward trajectory is that you got to start down low. This episode to me felt like someone had programmed an AI to watch some of the original episodes of Quantum Leap, like A Hunting We Will Go, also Her Charm, Permanent Wave, and also the other bounty hunter episode in the original, in this current incarnation of Quantum Leap as well, and spat this episode out. It felt like I'd watched the entire thing before. I'm more on the I would have liked if it was better camp.
Yeah, I really liked this episode. I was a little disappointed at first that it was another bounty hunter episode. But, they called it out right at the beginning when Ben says, I'm a bounty hunter again. And the first viewing, I thought it was okay. Second viewing, I really liked it. Third viewing, I loved it. It just got better and better for me. So I like when episodes do that. It's definitely got rewatchability. And I was trying to think. I love the planes, trains, and automobiles of the episode, which was great. And I was trying to think of how else they could have done it without the bounty hunter thing. And I don't know, because I'm not a television writer. But I think after repeat viewings, it really came together for me. So I enjoyed it. My favorite part of this episode probably is the continuing storyline between Ben and Hannah. And it has to be well written, well performed, well shot, well directed. The music was great because all those cues when it came to Ben and Hannah scenes, I got teary eyed because I'm really into this relationship. What do you guys think about this little step forward and maybe this obstacle coming up with the husband?
I don't really know. All right, like they threw a lot at us. You know, it's been 9 years for her. Obviously, it's been like a day for him. She's married with a kid, but you know, she's very progressive with her perspective on polyamory. She's like, it's like yes, and was where she was going with it. And Ben's like, I don't know. And you're like, okay, but obviously he's about to leave. So, and then, you know, spoilers for the end, you find out that presumably, we don't know where he's sleeping to next, but presumably her husband will be dead in 18 months. So they kind of don't have to deal with that if they meet again next time. I don't know if I could. I feel like I can't really comment on it yet because I got to see what happens next. But I did like the next step of their relationship. I really love their chemistry. No pun intended, but I really love the way they work together. You know what? I will intend that pun. It was a good pun. I'll take it.
It was a good pun.
Chemistry.
Keep it.
Like it.
Yeah, you're right. They do interact really good together, and all the scientific stuff that they come up with together, and how they get excited about it and everything. I did think it was weird that she started talking about loving more than one person, you know. But hey, you know, live your life, I guess. But Ben's
like a very forward thinker.
Yeah, Ben's like, I don't know about all this. But you know, yeah, he's going to be dead in 18 months, and you know, you know, I kind of put on the website one of my say whats was, why didn't Ziggy already know that he was going to die way before that? You know, because she's there, you know, she's an anomaly, so wouldn't Ziggy have just started running all kinds of reports, or someone would have? But I wonder if you know, through the series of events that happened, if something happened to change something in their life where he had the aneurysm, you know, where he wouldn't have before. So we don't know the original history, so speculation.
In the original history, didn't they kill the entire family?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's right.
They came to the house and they killed everybody, so it wasn't.
So that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I thought it had something to do with the rock salt. I wasn't sure.
Good point.
Yeah, that bumped me kind of when Hannah started talking about like loving more than one person and the polyamory. But I thought, well, she sees Ben once every 5-6 years. Is she supposed to really put her whole life on hold and wait for those chance encounters? And so it's not like we can't really judge it against someone that is available to be in a relationship every day of the year or most days of the year. But I mean, 9 years. But then I started doing some math because Jeffrey was 7.
Yeah, you're going the same path I was about to talk about.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, you know, so you got to add a year for gestation and a little bit of romance. And maybe they met before that.
Rounding. Yeah. Depending on the rounding, because, you know, could have been towards the end of the year where Ben was originally, and this could have been towards the start of the next year. You can probably expect around about a year's margin of error. Yeah, you're on the same sort of wavelength that I am. If they are going to go down that path, though, they could have casted a child that at least looked like they could be Ben's son. But
but 7 years, because we had predicted that we'd see Hannah with a child, but 7-year-old, and they haven't met for 9 years, so that's clearly not Ben's child. So,
well, it could be. Like I said, with rounding, there's probably a
Could
1 year
it?
margin of error. And and remember, he could be nearly 8. So,
oh, good point. Good point. He's played by a 10-year-old actor, which is a really cool kid that's on YouTube. I watch his rock video. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so it may be Ben's. I was thinking she was just like gonna wait for him, and they walked away from each other in Cairo after kissing, and she was just like looking up a dating app or whatever they had in the 60s. Okay, and thank you. Next,
that would have been a personal Zat, I think.
That kid looks nothing like Ben. I don't think it is.
But does he look like the physical body of the Leapee from Cairo?
I was going to say, is it, if they did do that, would it be his DNA?
That's a good point. And the other thing, too, is you also have to remember that they don't want, like the writers and the producers don't want everyone like us figuring it out heaps in advance. They probably, want to save this for some huge reveal, and if they cast a half Asian child, it's very obvious then it's going to be Ben's child. So I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We see people of mixed races who often look more like one parent than the other, so it's not out of the realm of possibility again. And I mean, we had the cliffhanger from the previous episode that they found some way they think they're going to be able to get Ben home. And I mean, it's essentially the same time child sort of thread that we had from Sammy Joe in the original series. If Ben had just conceived a child, then by the time 2026 in their time, isn't it? By the time 2026 rolls around, that child's probably gone through university and become a scientist himself and has probably come up with their own time travel theories that could be applied.
I think I figured out that Jeffrey's about 64.
Well, he's 7 years old in 1970.
70.
All right, and that's how many years is that? That's 54 years after. Yeah, it'd be about 61. Yeah,
61 plus the future because it's 2026ish.
Oh yeah, so
that's right.
63. Then you're right.
Yeah, so depending on the rounding.
I keep forgetting about the time jump.
They hopefully they come back to it. They might. We got 4 more episodes after this one, but I didn't think about the rounding. So maybe they picked that age and timing specifically to where it is a little bit ambiguous to whether or not it's Ben's child. But another thought I had is Josh and Kevin are both foster children. So who's to say that Jeffrey isn't adopted or fostered or something? And that could be another thing. So they might not have been together for that long. Hannah might have waited, 5-6 years and nothing happened. And then she met Josh, and then they adopted, or maybe it was Josh's child. We don't know. We really don't know the specifics, because a lot of times in families like that, they don't even mention it,
Albie, it's interesting what you were saying towards the start of this train of thought. You've changed your tune. You were really pissed off with Addison for moving on when she couldn't be with Ben. And now you're saying that Hannah's right to move on to someone who is available.
I'd say 6 or 7 years, maybe, but the 2 years would be too quick. But I think I'm thinking in a double standard somehow. I gotta check myself. But I just think the fact that she sees Ben once every 5-6 years, right? What is she going to do? And she can't end up with him because he's always in the body of someone else. And when she does the math and he's, in his 40s in the 2020s, and she's 90 something, it just, they can't end up together. So I think it's more forgivable.
They could if he does end up going home. It's, I mean, say she's on her deathbed or something. I wouldn't put it past Ben to marry her in the last, couple of days of her life. But I actually think somewhere down the track we might end up seeing Addison have to find Hannah in the so-called present day. It'd be interesting to see the two of them interact.
Why haven't they mentioned Hannah in present day yet? Right?
Yeah.
That's like one of the first things I would do. Go talk to her, in the old folks' home, and find out, how to get Ben home.
Yeah, well, speaking of this cliffhanger they had of they think they can get Ben home, what do we think it actually is? I think there's a good chance they might have found some old theories from Sammy Jo from the original series, because she apparently had some theory on how to get Sam home. So maybe add the 30 or 35 years since they lost Sam. There could have been quite a lot more research added to it and feeling like they've refined it enough. So I think there is the possibility of that. There's the possibility again too that it's something that Jeffrey did, if Jeffrey is in fact Ben's son. Maybe there needs to be some sort of a blood relationship in order to get some DNA leaps going on, because we saw that in the original series as well. So by Ben having a blood relation of a son, maybe there is the possibility that they could at least leap him there and then keep him, around long enough to be able for Ben even to be able to come up with a means to get by. Because I think it's implied, like the original series, that Ben's the big brains of the operation. And if, I think Al said to Sam, if anyone can get you home, it's you. I think we're probably expected to think it's the same thing for Ben too.
But Ben's intellectual equal is Hannah, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Hannah.
And let's do some,
or Hannah and Jeff
Hannah
together.
did too. Yeah.
Let's do some maths again, because obviously Hannah is teaching Jeffrey her love of science, when they're building projects together.
Mm-hmm.
And so how old would Jeffrey be? Because I noticed this, and I noticed you noticed it too, Brian. In one of the frames of the DARPA project on the screen, the year 1967 came up, and I was like, 67.
Yeah,
okay. And I was trying to do some, math. How old was Jeffrey and how old was Hannah in 67? A little bit younger than this, right?
Jeffrey, this is 1970. So
he would have been about 4.
Yeah.
So probably not Jeffrey, but it could have been Hannah working on something, because she's got that crazy math on that chalkboard in Jeffrey's room. I think that was Jeffrey's room, right? Or maybe just the generator room. I don't know, the science project room. I got one of those.
I suppose she could have been, but why wouldn't she have said anything? I've got something that could help you. Anything.
Well, she doesn't. It's not finished yet. She's still working on it. But I'm sure she has been working on it since.
And it's some sort of accelerator as well, isn't it? In order to generate power, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to create a quantum accelerator as an extension of that.
Powered by water and rock salt.
Well, there's hydroelectric power.
And sacrifice.
Oh, maybe Josh is the sacrifice.
Yeah. Brian,
Poor
can you
Josh.
refresh my memory, please? What was the leap date in the Egypt episode?
Okay, 61.
1960. No, I mean the actual date, though.
May. Well, it just says May 1961, but there was that poster. Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah. Well, say, for example, Ben and Hannah actually did do the deed and conceive Jeffrey. If that was May 1961, then June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, probably would have been born February of 62. And, well, what was the leap date? April, wasn't it? Of
April 1970, April 10th, was it?
1970, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have had
And
to
you
have
gotta
been
remember,
10 then. Yeah.
Human gestation is about 10 months. It's closer to 10 than 9.
Yeah, so February or March. So he would have probably just turned 8 then. So I guess it's still possible. And maybe Hannah just lied. Maybe she said, oh, he's 7, so that the maths wouldn't seem to math for him. So.
And, as a parent, you're busy and tired all the time. You could forget your kid's age here and there, especially when your time-traveling boyfriend shows up.
I don't think Hannah would lie, though. I think if he were Ben's, the next time she saw Ben, she would tell him. Mm-hmm. Because she knows that she'll just...
Oh, wouldn't that hamper Ben's ability to be able to do his job, though?
No, I don't think so.
I would say it would. I mean, he won't want to keep leaping, and he'll want to stay.
He already doesn't want to keep
leaping.
With the kid. Like, that's not...
Well, he does because he wants to leap home, though. So if he knows he's got a child, in time, then there's a good chance that he'll purposely fail a leap in order to prevent leaping, and it would prevent him from doing the job that he's there to do.
I could see Hannah saying, "How could I tell you?" Because you wouldn't leap home then. Yeah. I could see that.
Yeah, possibly.
That's probably. I mean, we've discussed this ad nauseum with mirror image and why Sam never remembered Donna, and I argue it's because GTF Dubs kind of erased that particular part of Sam's memory, because GTF Dubs knew that if Sam knew he was married, then he'd want to quit and go home instead of doing his life's work. So you could argue something similar going on here.
Bruce McGill was a bartender, and that's where you go to forget your problems, right? A bar.
You drink enough alcohol till you completely wipe the hard drive.
Until I look good. Drink enough alcohol till I look good. All right. So if Jeffrey is Hannah's biological child, what is the longest that after this Cairo date she met Josh and fell in love and all that jazz?
Probably less than a year.
Yeah. So I'm kind of disappointed in that, Hannah.
And that makes me think that, it probably is Ben's child, because I find it hard to believe that based on that timeline that would happen. I mean, it's not impossible, but again, it just doesn't seem realistic to me. I could totally see Josh, falling in love with Hannah, even though she has a small child, and saying, all right, I'll help you raise a child. So,
Or things don't always happen in the order of fall in love, get married, then have a kid. Sometimes
that too.
Things occur and maybe we should get married.
Yeah, well, we know they're married. We saw the wedding photo.
No, yes, they're married now.
But married now.
I'm sure they might not have been married when Jeff was conceived, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. That makes sense. They tried to make the wedding photo look like the 70s, but this is 1970, so it must have been late 60s is my guess. That's what they were going for.
And Hannah had very much a 60s aesthetic in her look.
Yeah, when I originally saw it, I thought it was 60s because she had that kind of almost beehive look, or that yeoman Rand from Star Trek, the original series.
The go-go dancer look.
Yeah, go-go dancer. Austin Powers kind of stuff. Okay, that brings up another thing. What did you think of Addison creeping on Ben and Hannah like the whole episode? That was weird, right?
It did get a little uncomfortable later. Yeah.
And it's weird that she can even see him anyway.
Well, they've showed that they were on the monitor before. I think it was in Ben and Teller. So
that's 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, they often show them monitoring the leap. I just think they have to have someone there monitoring the leap at all times. It just happened to be Addison there.
But it was weird to see her creep that often. Like a few shots, yeah, but I think they went back to it 8 or 9 times. I don't know if they needed to fill out the episode more. Just
2 or 3
more creepy shots of her watching them. What did you guys think was going through her mind as she was watching this? Because it kept changing for me. Like first episode, I thought she's just creeping. Second episode, I'm thinking she was like trying to make decisions about her past and what mistakes she made in the future. And then the third one, I almost thought she was like a little bit traumatized and trying to feel something. I don't know. So what do you guys think with that? Just her watching him.
Yeah, she knows that Tom's going to propose. He's got the ring. She's confused about that. She still feels something for Ben. I mean, it's not been that long since he came back. So she's still going through all of that. So, yeah, I mean, she's watching and hearing him talk about Hannah and how much he's fallen in love with her. And so that's confusing, too. So I bet she's just all over the place. So, yeah,
I agree.
I can see her wanting to see what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's all over the place. That's why she goes to talk to Magic about it. And I think she's trying to, because same thing, I watched it a couple of times. And the first time, I think she is kind of trying to sort through her feelings. And this last viewing, I think maybe she's just watching to make sure that Ben's going to be okay. Like, she feels kind of guilty about moving on if she thinks that she leaves him stuck. but if she knows that he really potentially has this happy ending with someone else, she feels better about accepting the proposal, I think.
Well, I'm just over this love quadrangle that they're dragging out on this series of Quantum Leap. It's getting to the point where I just don't care. Just pick who you want to be with already and get over it. I really don't want to be watching Days of Our Lives when I'm supposed to be watching Quantum Leap. Can we?
Hayden, it's complicated.
You're cold-hearted, man. Not me. I love this whole relationship.
I'm just
thing.
over it. I want to see progression in. I want to see progression in the leaps, and I want to see progression in what's going on at the project. We didn't get anything going on at all with the people who are blackmailing them about the chip.
Yeah,
that might be over. I don't know
more about that. Well,
there's
got
to be something else.
I think there's got to be more. They've set up far too much for it to just fizzle out like that.
Mm-hmm.
Ian was doing clickety clack, so something was happening with the project, the DARPA project files. There was some clickety clacking going on.
Yeah,
and they are progressing with the leaps. They're up to 1970. One thing I would have liked to see, like maybe in the future, or probably not, but Hannah's married. What if Hannah married Josh when Ben leaped into Josh, and we just haven't seen that part yet? Because she was trying to say, like, open up your mind, like, to different things, like expanding love, and like you do with time travel and stuff. What if she did marry Ben, but Ben doesn't know it yet?
I love that idea.
Ooh.
I want to talk about that and a lot of other things after this interview. But first, we got some bills to pay, don't we, Hayden?
Yeah, we do. And it's interesting that they showed Addison doing her creepy little watching of everything going on the leap, because we know that we have some big fans of Campakes out there who really want to know everything going on at all times. And Campakes has been listening, and they're starting up the Campakes behind the scenes sensual, watch how they're made, while everyone talks nice and sensual in a really low, sexy voice like this. Yeah, you do have to pay for a subscription, but it's worth every cent. Delicious.
Campakes are doing ASMR now?
Oh, ASMR, and it's kind of like those late night shows where, you call in and you get to, put in your requests for what you want to see get made with your Campakes. Yeah. So, yeah, go to quantumleappodcast.com/can. Go to quantumleappodcast.com/Campakes, and you can find out how to subscribe to the brand new Campakes Voyeurism channel. It's well worth every cent.
Go to quantumleappodcast.com/Campakes. The first month is free. After that, it's $9.99 a month if you don't cancel. And I wouldn't cancel with content like that. And also, if you follow our link at
$4.95 for each additional minute.
And also, if you follow our link,
$9.95 for the first minute and $4.95 for each additional minute, or something. Say something like that.
I don't think it's a subscription model, so I don't know. That's in the copy I got. But if you go to quantumleappodcast.com/Campakes, you'll also get a brand new offer for the year 2024 that we're currently in, is you get 24% off your first order, and that is unlimited. So the more you order, the more you save. So make sure to use our link to get that discount, and it's 24% off. I mean, you can't beat that.
I'm trying to spend so much that I actually save money.
I like their new mint Campakes. If I'm running late in the morning and I don't have time to brush my teeth, and after I eat breakfast, I just have minty breath from eating mint-flavored Campakes. So I recommend those. Try those. Throw those in your box.
I love the chocolate-covered strawberry-flavored ones.
Those are good. I don't recommend eating the orange juice flavored with the mint flavored. It's not a good combination. But
that's like orange juice after toothpaste. Yeah, not good.
Mm-hmm. All right, so in this interview, we have G. Alexander. He's credited as Cowboy Hat Guy, but he's plays Brandon Hake, or Brandon Hake. He's the Cowboy Hat Guy. Well, that makes sense. He's the guy trying to kill Kevin, and it doesn't quite work out for him. and he was a very interesting guy, very exciting stuff to talk about. He's had a great career, and he's been in Quantum Leap before, so we'll find out about that in this interview. So here we go with the interview with G. Alexander. Hello, Leapers, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap podcast. I'm Albie, and today we're very fortunate to have who is billed as cowboy hat guy, even though you do have a name on that bail bonds form. G. Alexander, how you doing, G?
I'm doing great. How are you, Albie?
Great. I'm excited to talk to you because you're not only in this episode Off the Cuff, but you were in a couple other Quantum Leap episodes too. But it looks like you've had like a very full career so far at such a young age. At least you look young. I'm not sure of your age. But different things I'm interested in. I want to talk a little bit about maybe the Orville and your dance career. I saw that you danced with Brittany. I'm wearing a tour shirt. I don't know if you're on this tour.
Which one is that one? I definitely did that number.
Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I saw some pictures and I was like, I might have seen him live because I went to, I think, 4 different Britney tours. So Orlando and Miami.
I was on the Femme Fatale tour.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
It was like 2011-ish.
Wow. Is he in the States, right?
Yeah. We did States. We went to South America and we went to Europe.
Wow. So what's that like dancing underneath Britney?
Man, that was my first world tour. Actually, I moved to Los Angeles in 2009 to pursue dance. Actually, and one of my first auditions was for Michael Jackson. This Is It.
Oh,
and
wow.
I ended up getting cut probably in the second round, and it kind of just influenced and motivated me to kind of keep going for it. And I think like a year later, they had the audition for Britney. And I ended up going, but before that, I did a few dance movies as well. So I was kind of like starting to get established in the dance side of the industry.
Is that what got you into the entertainment industry? Your love of dance?
Yeah, 100%, man. I was in New York. I lived in New York City for about 3 years, and I had a dance agency over there, and they started sending me to different shows, movies, artists, and I eventually I did Step Up 3. And,
wow.
That was 2009. We filmed it. And as soon as we finished that, I moved to Los Angeles, basically. That was like my eye-opening experience. Like, oh, I think I want to try the entertainment industry.
Very cool. What's Brittany like in real life?
We were with her for probably about 10 months, man.
Wow.
Like, I think we rehearsed a tour for a total of 2 months. And then we were on the road for around 8 months. On and off. We did the United States first, did a whole run here, and then we did South America, all over South America, and then we had a break, and then we went to Europe and did all of Europe pretty much. Being with her was definitely a different experience. Somebody I grew up watching because I was probably 15, 16 maybe when she came out. So I was a fan as a kid growing up, and then next thing you know, you're like on stage with this person, and it's like, wow, it's pretty cool. Definitely a cool experience.
Yeah, it's like finally making it, and all your dreams coming true, being a dancer on stage. It was an act like that. That's awesome.
Man, just getting to travel with it is pretty nuts. Because I was actually a break dancer, so my background was a lot different than everybody else on tour. I was self-taught and ended up making it on this place, and everybody else pretty much had a background of jazz, hip hop, ballet. Everybody has a strong foundation, and they all been dancing since they were little kids. So it's very different, but it's eye opening, and it makes you very humble, and you learn a lot of new things. You start stretching differently. You start learning different styles of dance because we had to do a lot of choreo. I think we had 21 numbers on the tour, and it's a 90-minute show. Yeah. So it's pretty intense. I think I was in 14 numbers out of 21. So you have that much time to rest in between.
Not much.
Just changing clothes. Yeah, not much at all. It's pretty crazy.
I doubt you would have to exercise besides that while you're doing that, because that's like so much cardio right there.
Oh, dude, we didn't do much gym then. It was definitely, but breakdancing itself is an exercise. So just practicing that for a couple hours a day is pretty physical and demanding.
When I was a kid, I had the Alfonso Ribeiro guide to breakdancing. I wasn't good at it though. It didn't work out for me.
I got to do I got to work under him. Actually, he directed
Oh.
a show I did on Nickelodeon
Wow.
a couple like when I was still dancing. So that was a cool experience because I grew up watching him as well.
Yeah, and Dancing with Michael. So that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
Alfonso did when he was a kid. So that's very cool. How does dance turn into like stunt work? Because I've noticed your stunt career is insane.
Honestly, man, I think breakdancing creates a different. It brings a different aspect to stunts where you can fall like I can fall any way you can imagine just from learning how to fall and dancing. You know, so it kind of opened the door because everybody else I work with is like second, third, fourth generation stuntmen. Like their grandfathers did it, their fathers, their uncles, their moms. You know, like they grew up doing this and they've been doing it since they were 5, 6 years old, you know? So coming from a dance background, I came in a different route, of course, but I still train with the same people. I used to, when I did Step Up, I met a lot of guys who were actually parkour. They did parkour, they did free running, they did tricking. And when I moved to LA, they invited me to come to their gym. And the gym is in the Valley. It's called Joining All Movement. And it's owned by 3 stunt guys. And I didn't know when I first started going, of course, but just being there and practicing and learning and training with people and learning new disciplines, people started bringing me under their wings, and I started learning how to do stunt moves and different recs and reactions. Got into driving a little bit, but yeah, just trying to get well rounded. But it's all just networking and meeting people and learning. And being open to learning something new because that's always very shocking, you know?
Yeah. Wow. Other shows that you've been on that I'm interested in is like the Orville. Can you tell me what that's like? It looks like you did 6 episodes. Were you under heavy makeup in that?
Oh man, we were crazy prosthetics in Orville. I did about 6 episodes. I played
one of the krill, maybe. Yeah.
The krill makeup was one of my favorites. That took probably about an hour and a half to put on and another hour to take it off. But the team behind that, man, they are amazing. One of the best makeup jobs I've ever seen. Like they have it down to the T. The process is amazing. I wish I would have had a GoPro in those days to film it, to do like a time lapse with it. A lot of my buddies do that now, and I'm so jealous I missed out on that because the process and being in the chair and watching them do this. And they also put those full eye contacts on your eye. You get I think with the krill, we had the all blacks, and that was pretty crazy because before you come and do the job, they send you to an optometrist and they measure your eye socket. They have to measure each actor, each stuntman's eye socket, and that determines the size of the contact lens that they give you. So luckily, I have a huge eye socket, so I got to wear the biggest size possible. So the makeup team loved it because everybody can't put them in their eye. Apparently, I didn't know that, but they felt fine to me. But you have a person on set. That's their job, is to put them on and take them off, to give you eye drops in between takes, to make sure you're feeling okay. Like that's their sole mission, just to make sure your eyes are safe.
Do they cast stunt people for a lot of those roles just because it is very physical?
It's 50-50. They hire a lot of actors as well, but if they know there's going to be like stunts involved, yeah, they definitely. It's usually all stunt guys. We did episodes where there was like 10 of us on set. Sometimes there could only be like 3 or 4, so it wasn't always a heavy amount. But definitely, just because there's usually stunts involved, those stunts in there. So
good show. Good show.
Yeah. I missed it.
Yeah. I understand it's not fully canceled yet. It's not definite, so you never know. You might come back.
I mean, Seth MacFarlane's a genius, man. He would be on set directing the show, acting in the show, producing the show all at once. And witnessing that, it was pretty nuts.
Yeah,
and just because you know his history, you know his shows, and it's like, wow, like this guy, he's really on top of it,
Yeah, a lot of people say one of the best Star Trek shows is The Orville, and it's not even Star Trek. But you were on Star Trek too, right? Picard. What did you do on Picard?
Yeah, I got to work on the last season of Picard. That was a pretty nuts experience, man. We were playing like these cyborgs. We have like this computer graphic kind of on our face or whatever. And we were bad guys, and we come in, and they just it's a big shootout basically. That's all it was. It wasn't anything crazy. you see me for maybe like 5-10 seconds, and then
Okay.
it's like the door closes on my face.
Oh, I think I kind of remember that. I have it on Blu-ray, so I'll check it out later. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm like I drop to my knee, I get up, and I'm like walking towards the door, like I'm beelining towards the cast. To try to get them. And the door closes like right on me, and it's like
kind of like a cyborg zombie kind of thing. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, all right, that's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. It was a fun one. So how do you get involved in Quantum Leap? You were in 2 previous episodes before Off the Cuff, right? The boxing one, and I think the repilot.
I did the. I got Jeff Barnett, the stunt coordinator, is an amazing guy. Stunts Unlimited. I worked for his father a few years ago, Greg Barnett, and he's a legendary stunt coordinator. And Jeff came up under him, and he's a chip off the old block, and he's a great guy, family man. He has kids. I have kids, so like we get along with a lot of things. But he's called me a few times, and I was available and came in, did my thing. That's pretty much it. Is just being available and knowing the people, proper networking, being able to be trusted because their name is on the line when they bring you in. Mm-hmm. So it's also putting a good name in for other people. So just being trustworthy, you know. I got to do the pilot, which was great. I was just doing some driving in that one. But the second episode I did as the boxer, I was actually cast to double the lead, and the guy got COVID.
Oh.
On the day. He got COVID on the day or the day before. So they ended up having to recast the whole actor. So they ended up changing to a completely different person. So I ended up doubling another guy, which was still cool. I got to do a little driving and a little bit of running around and stuff. But it was crazy. It was so last minute. So as a favor, he kind of brought me back in to do another spot just because it happens. It was literally the day of. I already had my fitting. Back then we were doing COVID tests like 2-3 times before you would come to set. So I had to do all the tests and everything. But yeah, my actor ended up catching COVID, and I felt bad for him because it was such a cool spot. And he's actually he comes from a boxing family. He was actually he was a real boxer. So he had the experience, and just to fit into the character was like he probably didn't even need a double. He was that good at boxing, you know.
Wow. So yeah, it's still one of the best episodes of the new series, I think. Is a really good one.
That's awesome.
So they must trust you because they brought you back a third time for Off the Cuff, and they give you some lines, and you're a character. You're an actual character in this one. So what's that like?
Yeah. I was casting hit me up probably a few weeks before and asked me to send in some lines. I sent in some lines, a couple of different versions, and ended up hitting me back. They liked it. I got the job, and everything else was set. It was a crazy experience because I show up to set, and that's when Jeff breaks down what we're going to be doing. And he's like, oh, it was some simple stuff. We're going to be getting electrocuted in a basement. And it's like, yeah, we're getting electrocuted in a basement. We go and rehearse that with the actors. Man, that was a fun day, just the rehearsal. The actors were so intense and hands-on. Like they were amped to be on the floor rolling around. It was crazy because usually a lot of actors, they don't want to do stunts like this, especially fight choreography, and you don't have a lot of time to learn it. It's not like for a movie we rehearse this stuff for like a month, you know, so it can get in your body. You're doing it over and over, and by the time we actually shoot it, it looks perfect. Like you can do it just as good as a stuntman. But when it's like a day, like learning in an hour, you know, it's pretty nuts. And they were game, man. They were all over the place. And we were on set. We were on the lot. We shot that part on the lot, and then we had like about 4 or 5 days. We were out on this ranch in what area is that? It's kind of not Calabasas. Yeah. Agora Hills, actually. It's like over there off Agora Hills somewhere. But we were on a 2,800 acre ranch that they used to shoot television shows, commercials, like music videos, everything. And we were all over this property, driving around, going crazy, man. Like it was a cool experience because I've never even I was driving a 1970s Chevy SS.
Oh wow.
I've never even driven this car before, or a car like probably I've driven older cars, but usually not the muscle cars. We get all kind of stuff on set. I think last time I was on Quantum Leap and I was in like a Pinto. So it's like because just depending on what year you're in, I think I was in 1985, so they brought out the Pinto. But yeah, we were in, I think we're in 1969, 1970 or something. So they had these really cool cars. My other buddy that was doubling the lead, he was in the Mustang, and yeah, both those cars are just legendary muscle cars. So just being able to do a chase with this all over the place. We were like on back roads, dirt roads, going off road, everything.
What was the other gentleman's name that drove the other car?
Thomas Vu. He's the double on the show. He's amazing, man. Legendary.
That's Ray's double, right?
Yeah. He's nuts, man. He's the Rubik's Cube kid. If you ever see him, this guy can do a Rubik's Cube in like, I think 26 seconds.
Wow. That's crazy.
Like, and yeah, you can just show it. You mix it up, you show it to him. He looks at it for like 5 seconds, and then boom, just done.
If I ever get to talk to him, I'll ask him about that to show me.
Oh, dude, this is somebody you would actually probably want to interview. He was on, I think he did America's Got Talent, and they lit him on fire while he's doing the Rubik's Cube.
I'm sure that's on YouTube somewhere, right?
Oh man, and they have him hanging. He did one like that, then he did one where he's hanging on a rope, and they light the rope on fire, and he has to finish the Rubik's Cube before the rope snaps.
Wow.
And then and it keeps going. That's not even the end of it. It's pretty intense. It keeps going after that. So yeah, you want to talk to that kid. It's pretty cool. Crazy.
Did we've talked to another stuntman from Quantum Leap, Steve Bravler? Have you worked with him?
Yeah, I worked with Steve a few times. We do NCIS Los Angeles, which actually got canceled this past season. They did 14 seasons, but I used to double one of the cops, Agent Roundtree, on there for the past like 3.5 years, and Steve would come in double. He would double different actors on and off. So I worked with him over there, and I also worked with him on the Rookie Feds. Oh, he was doubling over there. We were both doubling different characters, and we had to do a fight against each other. So it was pretty cool.
Very cool. I got to ask more about that driving. Were you involved in like the rolling of the car, or is that like automated now? Because you don't want somebody in there when it's like flipping over and stuff, right? How does that work?
And it's crazy. A lot of movies still do it. Like movies, music videos. It's all about the prep and the team that behind it. They have to, if you're gonna roll a car, you gotta do a lot to it. They put a roll cage in it. And they usually need multiple versions of that car because you never know if it's going to happen. It's going to work on one or two, So this particular one on this show, I think they did it in post-production. So we didn't actually have to roll it there. Also did something else I never did before. It was a dead man. Like we usually do it as like, we call it a dead man. You pretty much have a line on your body and you're running. And when it gets to the full extent of the rope, you get snapped back, and it's like a very violent throw. And they use it on a lot of movies. They edit out the line, and you'll never know what the heck happened. Like the dude just goes flying, and it's violent. So we do it with our bodies, but on this show we did it with a car. So they put the line on the SS, and I actually drive full speed into a tree.
Wow! Yeah.
The line tightens, and it's still pretty scary because it's hard to trust a line like this, and you're driving a car that weighs all this weight, and yeah, anything can happen. But it literally stopped probably about 2 inches from the tree.
Wow.
And that's how they did the effect there. But sometimes they'll just do it. Like they'll put the roll cage in the car, but these cars are so expensive. I understand why they wouldn't want to do it. Like these are some classic cars, and I'm sure the person who owned these cars didn't want to get them totaled. So I'm pretty sure that had more to do with the decision,
When you're on a line like that and it stops short, do you have like a safety harness and equipment so you don't get whiplash and that kind of stuff?
We were just bracing for impact on that because we were only going probably about 40 miles an hour on those roads because it was so slick and it's leaves and dirt. But usually we put a 5-point seatbelt in, and you got the full race car harness, So it's usually like if it's a real impact, we always wear. Safety is like the number one issue in stunts, and they put those belts in every car that's going to be like flip, rolled, hit. So it's usually, and you get to do it yourself, so it's done right. Like you don't have to like just go off their judgment, or somebody says, "Hey, I put this belt in the car." Like no, like we actually do it ourselves.
Kind of like checking your own parachute thing. That's something you want to be sure about.
100%, 100%. Like you don't want to take any chances. There's so many things that could go wrong, and there's so many things that have gone wrong over the years. That safety and yeah, that's the number one thing. We're usually not trying to hurt anybody, trying not to get hurt. We're not trying to be daredevils. We're just trying to be able to go home to our families at the end of the day. Yeah. So whatever that takes.
So this one had to be a little bit different because you also have the speaking role and you're a character in there chasing the Ben and the guest lead. And but I'm surprised that you're also doing driving stunts too, which makes sense because you look like yourself, right? And different things.
Yeah.
But do you film that out of order so they get the parts of your face and speaking first, and then you do the stunts just in case or something?
Like with a show like this, they shoot the whole episode, I think, in about 8 days, either 7 or 8 days. So they break down like different things. So everything we were able to do on the lot, they had that. We did some of that first, and then we went out to the location and shot out in the location for about 3 days, and then we went back to the lot to complete some more shots, like the bus. I think the bus at the end, and what else was over there? They did some cool stuff with the guys hanging out the window on the bus. Like they did that on the lot. That was pretty cool. But they had these huge Greyhound buses like from 1968, 1969, and they looked crazy. Like I've never seen a bus this old because I was born in 85. So, but it was like just seeing them, I was like, this is nuts. And they're still like in great condition. Like they still run right. AC's pumping. Like the engineering behind those things is pretty nuts. It's like seeing an old plane, I guess you would say.
Yeah. It was really cool. We talked to the director. We did a director commentary for this episode with Joe, and he was saying that the bus was parked. It never moved. And it when we were watching the episode, it looked like it was moving. It looked real. Yeah.
And that wasn't supposed to happen. Actually, that was like a last minute audible. Mm-hmm. I guess I can say since you talked, but yeah, that was like they had planned on driving that day, and I think there was a big cemetery. There's a big cemetery down the street from the studio that they were having a funeral, and they had the road blocked off that they plan on using, and they tried to wait it out, and they ended up just saying, you know what, we'll figure out a way. So I guess they just did it in post production, and they totally worked. That's what they were. Yeah. They shot some shots on the stage that they were hanging out the window. Even they had this huge fan blowing, the lights flashing. Like I've seen it so many times, and I know what they're doing, but it still amazes me when I see the final product. Like when you see how they come up with this stuff and how they make it look after even before editing. When you watch playback, sometimes it's like, wow, like this is really cool to be a part of, seeing this and all the geniuses behind the scenes, like all the camera guys, all the the DP, like oh dude, the list goes on. These like it's a team of amazing people that put this stuff together, man.
That's awesome. When we were talking to other people about the filming of this episode, they said you and the other stunt people involved in the basement fight scene were like troopers for just like laying in water for hours on end. What was that like? That's got to be hell, right?
Dude, that water, the water had to be. It's okay. So crazy. The water was probably about in the low 60s, I believe. And they said it had to be cold because if it was warm, the steam from the water would fog up the lenses on the cameras. So it had to be, the water had to be at that temperature, and it was cold, man. We laid in it. Our clothes were, after the initial like shock of the fight and being electrocuted and stuff. Yeah, we were laying in the water for probably about 4 or 5 hours, just shooting all the others so they could shoot all the stuff around us, and yeah, just trying to keep your face out, trying to keep your ear out. Like I wasn't trying to get sick, really. That's what I was thinking about, like this water, because it wasn't clean after a while. We're all laying in it. We got our clothes. Who knows, the shoes, the camera, everybody. Like, yeah, it was definitely cold though. But luckily, my background is diving. I do a lot of free diving and diving, so I'm pretty used to the water, especially out here in California. The water out here, it's usually about, at the coldest, around 52, 53. And even when it's warm, it's not even that warm. It's like mid 60s maybe, you know. I think when I got scuba certified, it was 61. So like that was still pretty cold, you know.
Yeah, I was surprised by that when I went out to California. The water was cold because I'm from Florida, so the water's warm here always. It's like heated.
Exactly. It
I
took
thought
me, man.
California was the
I was
same.
in,
No.
I was here for 5 years before I went past my knees. It was like I was like, there's no purpose of me getting in this water. And then once I got into diving and actually stuff like that, we wear wetsuits for that, of course. But now I'll actually go to the beach sometimes still. But yeah, the water is way too cold, especially with Florida water.
Yeah, it's like a heated pool, right?
Yeah, you can't compare it. Like you can stay at the ocean all day. You can stay at the ocean all day over there, man.
Oh, I saw you like hanging out with dolphins. That was pretty cool on your Instagram.
The dolphins out here, that's like an everyday thing. If you go out in the ocean on a boat, I would say more than 2-3 miles offshore, you're gonna see like stampedes and stampedes of dolphins.
Wow,
it's probably it's one of the coolest things you get to see on a boat.
Yeah, they seemed like they were like stoked to hang out with you.
Dude, like it's great to even get it on camera because I've seen it so many times, but to actually, usually you're so into the moment you don't even think about recording it. But I'm like, there's no people won't believe you if you tell them this. You know, like there's thousands of dolphins, thousands, and they swim in front of the boat. They're crossing. Like if you stand on the bow of the boat and you look down, they're literally like 5 feet in front of the boat, and they're staying at the speed of the boat, zigzagging, jumping. They'll turn sideways and look at you. It's like it's got to be one of the coolest things. Especially, I can imagine a kid seeing this because I feel like a kid. I feel like a kid again every time I see it.
I wanted to ask about the Taylor Swift video because we're all Swifties, so I want to know what was that shoot like? What'd you do? Because I know there's a little bit of a fight scene and there's different people in there.
We were at her funeral. It was the anti-hero video. Mm-hmm. We were actually at her funeral, and she is pretty crazy because she directed the video as well. But it was kind of like a secret. Most people didn't know it was her until she showed up on set, and she's got the tablet in her hand, and that's another thing. It was cool because she's in the video, she's directing it, she's giving all the direction to everybody. She's really the one running the show. It's pretty cool. But we had this fight. She's basically giving her will to her kids, and they start fighting over the will basically, and that's when this brawl breaks out. And we're just hitting people with flower pots and chairs, and it was just a quick brawl or whatever. I was wearing a big blonde afro, and we're just going crazy. It was a quick shoot. I think we were there for like 4 or 5 hours actually, but a lot of videos, like when I used to dance, we would be there 12 to 14 hours. Like the videos were crazy long because they wait to the end of the night for the dancing. It makes no sense. It could be 12 at night, 2 in the morning. All right, now we're gonna shoot the dance part, and all the dancers are tired. Yeah. It's like you're exhausted, you're tired, you've been waiting around. So like it's very eye opening to be in a different department, because you see, like I understand their part now, and I understand my side, and we're in and out. We shoot our part, we're done. We don't got to hang around like they want to get us out, So it's pretty cool. But I got to do a lot of music videos. I did a Bad Bunny video right before the strike. I did my first fire burn.
Oh wow! What's that like?
Cool. That was, man, like I had a coordinator named Hank Kenji Jr. He's one of the Fast and Furious drivers. He amazing guy. He was stunt coordinating this video, and he asked me if I was down to do a fire burn, and I was like, man, I've always wanted to do it, of course. So we went out to the desert, probably about 2 hours outside of LA. It takes about 45 minutes to prep, just to put the gel on and the clothes on to be properly like prepared. So there's 4 guys gelling me up. I think I had 3 layers of clothes. Each layer of clothes has been dipped in this chemical, and they're constantly just gelling and covering and gelling and covering. But you can imagine 4 guys, and it still takes 45 minutes. And then by the time you put all that stuff on, then you put your regular wardrobe on top of that. So usually you want a bigger wardrobe so you can fit all this, because you're wearing so many layers of clothes underneath. But once they get it on you, you're really only on fire for like 20 to 30 seconds. I think max could be like 40, but usually they do like 10 to 20. I think I was like 25 seconds. And wow. I didn't feel any heat. Like I didn't get burned. I came out, I walked away safe. Like like that was the coolest part about it. I can tell the story, but yeah, like I would
Is-
definitely do it again.
Is there any time during that 25 seconds or so where you actually get a chance to think, wow, I'm on fire?
Oh yeah, like you see it, but you're holding your breath. You're trying not to inhale the gases from the fire, of course. So yeah, it's all on your timing. Like at any time, if I feel a hot spot, I'll just drop to the ground, and they know that I'm ready to be put out. And there's like 4 guys waiting with fire extinguishers. They run up on you, spray you out, and make sure there's no hot spots. You stand up, you check any more hot spots, and make sure everything is good. But the process, even before you get lit, they bring in like the local fire chief, and they explain the safety, and they explain the safety to set, and they tell you the closest hospital, the closest ambulance, the closest helicopter. Like the safety involved with that is by far one of the most intense, but it's definitely worth it, because if something were to happen, you know that you're in good hands, and everything is extremely close. And they have an ambulance on standby, literally, like waiting for something to happen. It's like they're preparing for something to happen, even though they know it's going to be safe, just in
Makes
case.
sense. Yeah, just on the outside chance.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is, and I appreciate it so much, just knowing that much is involved, and everybody that's involved with the safety side, even the stunt team that prepare you, they've all done this so many times. They know the ins and outs, and they know how to make it as safe as possible.
I'm glad you made it safe.
Yeah, each coordinator will hire a specific team that they work with numerous times. It's never like, hey, this is your first time doing fire for me. You know, it's like guys that have been doing it together for 20 years, 30 years. Like these guys know each other, you know. And I'm the new guy.
What's it like to be part of the Marvel universe, man?
Oh, dude, Marvel was like I kind of got my start. Well, yeah, that was kind of my break into the movie side. But my first Marvel job was Iron Fist on Netflix. The series I got to work on, I think it was the final episode of the series when he breaks into the headquarters, and it's him going in. He breaks into the window, and the lights are off. He comes and he finally uses his powers, and he punches the ground, and it was like the ripple effect. And I'm one of the bad guys in there that goes flying.
Oh, cool!
When he punches the ground. But that was one of the coolest experiences I got to be a part of. It was my Taekwondo instructor in Los Angeles. His name is Master Ree. He's also a stunt coordinator as well, fight coordinator, and he was actually one of the fight coordinators on Iron Fist, and I impressed him in class enough where he asked me to come to New York and work on the show. So that was like my break in on the fight side. And then I would say like a year later, one of the owners of the gym I was telling you about, Jam, he pretty much contacted like 10, 15 of us that he knew that had been coming to the gym, and was like, hey, there's going to be an audition for Black Panther, and they're looking for guys, and you basically just have to come and show your skill set. You know, like it was nothing too crazy. Come in and show some fight stuff, maybe show some flips, falls, whatever. And yeah, we went in and we impressed them, and we ended up getting hired. And I think they brought only like 20 guys from LA out to Atlanta, and then the rest they hired locally. So they hired another 150 maybe local, and then brought in like 20 to 30 guys. So I was one of the guys that they brought in, and we got to work. We were in the casino scene. There's a big fight in the casino on Black Panther, and I'm one of Claw's henchmen. I come in and we ended up fighting upstairs. We had a brawl upstairs. We're fighting. And then I was one of the guys that didn't get killed. So we actually run out of the casino with Claw, jump into 4 Toyota 4Runners, and we start a whole chase sequence. And we actually went to South Korea to shoot that. We were in Busan, South Korea for I think about 4 weeks. Yeah, it was my first time in Korea, first time in Asia actually. Yeah, it was pretty cool. We did all night shoots. We were shooting from like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. every day. We had maybe 2-3 days off in between, but it was a great experience, man. Great experience. We were driving all over the city, and the car I'm in ends up getting flipped over on the bridge. Black Panther jumps on the hood of the car, and he generates the vibranium and pushes off, and the car it's like slow motion flipping down the bridge. So they ended up shooting that in post production. They did that. The effects team did an amazing job on that. It looks nuts. So yeah, we didn't have to be a part of that, luckily, because that bridge on a bridge flipping a car like this, I could not imagine the thoughts going through my head. But it was a crazy experience. And then immediately after we did Black Panther, I got called to do Avengers Infinity War. And on Infinity War, I play a good guy. I'm actually one of Black Panther's King's Guards, where we wear the purple capes and like the big gold shield, I guess you would say. So I'm like, I'm basically like just one of his guards most of that time. And we had a big fight on was it Infinity War or Endgame? And Infinity War. We did the big fight down in Wakanda over the river when they had the big river going through. And that river was crazy. I think it was like 500 gallons of water, 500,000 gallons of water.
Oh my goodness.
On a repetitive flow. And they built this. We were on the middle of they use a horse ranch. It's like a 500-acre horse ranch that Marvel films on, and they turned it into Wakanda. And it's crazy. It's just grass and hills, and they built that river in the middle of this place, and it was the crazy. Seeing it in person was like this is man-made. This was made for a movie. Like they can really do this. And the water was heated on top of that. Wow. The water it felt like Florida's ocean. So it was complete opposite of the water. It was like complete opposite of the water on Quantum Leap, and this water was like warm. I guess since we're outside, that doesn't affect the cameras, and they're shooting all kind of places. They got drone shots, they got crane shots, they got some handheld shots in there too. They got all kind of stuff, man. These guys were shooting. We were shooting, I think, 12 to 14-hour days, shooting straight through with no lunch break. We would basically we'd still get paid to eat, of course, but they bring you the food on set while you're shooting. You eat it, and then you go right back to filming. So it's like literally no break. But it costs a lot more for production to do that, actually, to not take a break. So they usually give you at least 30 minutes, sometimes an hour is like a regular amount of time to eat. But we were just filming, action. And as soon as we finished that, they were kind of going back and forth shooting Infinity War and Endgame at the same time. So we ended up being able to work on both movies. And on Endgame, I play a different person in Wakanda. I'm like playing I don't even know, the Border Tribe, they're called. They have like the digitalized capes when they like put them together, and it creates like a shield or whatever. So I'm playing one of those guys on Endgame, basically. But that was my experience with Marvel. It was a great time. We shot it all in Atlanta, besides the part that we filmed in Korea, but everything else was pretty much shot in Atlanta on the lot or out on that horse ranch, that crazy horse ranch, you know?
Wow. You can tell when it's like Marvel budget when they're building a river.
Oh man. It was that was the first time I even heard a budget mentioned when I was on set, and it was, I think, 500 million for both movies combined. And wow. you can tell when you're on set, like the amount of things you see and all the setups, and even seeing all the actors together at once, you know, like we were when they all show up in Wakanda. I think that was my first time on set seeing like everybody at once, because we worked in different scenes with different ones. It'll be like one or two, but you never see everybody together. And then when they're all there and they're all cracking jokes, having fun, like it's no ego. Everybody's just getting along. It's really cool. And seeing them in those like iconic hero outfits too, you know, like you see Captain America, you see you see everybody except for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket, of course. Like they have I think James Gunn's brother was doing the puppeting for that. But everybody else, you see Drax, you see everybody, man. It's cool. It's really cool. It's really cool. And a lot of stunt guys are actually like diehard Marvel fans, geeks, whatever you want to call them. They go to Comic-Con, they dress up. They're at all these events, man. So like a lot of my friends were just starstruck the whole time there. I had friends that were shaking next to me on stage. The cameras are about to roll and they're shaking because they're just so excited to see all these people together. And I'm like, wow, you know, it's cool to me, but I'm not to that extent, you know. But it was still a great experience nonetheless. I definitely, it was something I can remember for life, you know, and share with my kids one day, hopefully.
You definitely got to think as a stuntman, you've absolutely made it to be on set with those people doing those movies.
It's like it's a lot more stunt guys hired on these kind of films too, though, because I would say even on Black Panther, they hired at least 200 to 250 stunt guys for the whole movie, and that's like they're shooting for like 5-6 months at a time. Same thing on Avengers, they hired probably about 200 to 250 stuntmen, and everybody works different times, different scenes, but they hire a lot of guys. You just everybody doesn't get to do crazy stunts though. Some people come in and they're just doing easy stuff. Some people come in and do crazy stuff, but they usually base it more on your skill set or what they've seen you do. So then they throw you into those spots. It's not like, hey, we're going to give this guy this crazy gag and we don't know if he can do it. Like, they don't want to get anybody hurt. They'd rather hire somebody who's like, especially if it's something particular, like driving motorcycles or flipping cars is usually even specific people. They have guys that have been doing it for 30 years, 40 years. And those are the guys usually flipping and rolling cars. But yeah, it's everybody kind of gets their part picked for them. And once you can prove yourself or you're shown that you can do this, then you start getting more calls and more opportunities, basically.
That's so amazing. I got so much stuff to rewatch that I've already seen and I've seen you in, but now that I know you, I can rewatch and go, I know that guy. So you've done the dancing, stunts, and now acting. What do you see in your future? You're going to continue to do all of them, or are you going to focus on one or the other? What do you want to do?
I stopped dancing in probably 2013, 2014 to pursue stunts full time. So I only do that at like weddings or in between takes on set. If somebody asks me, hey, you still got it? And then I got to show them I can still do it. But other than that, I just play around with my kids here and there. But with stunts, I'll do stunts until I wouldn't say my body falls apart or anything like that, but it's such I really enjoy it. Honestly, it comes natural coming from my breakdancing background and just meeting the people I get to meet on set. I just love meeting people and talking and learning and picking people's brains, hearing about their stories and stuff like that. I'm all ears. Every department on set, I'm like in their face, asking questions, talking to them. Like, I want to know how they got their story, where they're from, like what are you into? Like it all, like it's there's so many things on set that are fun. And like I enjoy being on set. And if I'm not doing stunts or acting, I could see myself writing or directing one day, like going behind the scenes. Like I love the creative side, the aspect, the process, putting something together, and seeing your vision come to life. Like it blows my mind. Like when I was a kid, I used to do like stop go animation with my friends. We would have like action figures and we would make them do all kind of stuff before we even knew what it was. It was just like something to do. But we've always been even shooting little stupid fights when I was like in high school or middle school. Like, but we never knew it would amount to anything. Like even most of that stuff, I don't even have footage of anymore. It was so long ago. Or it was on like DV8 tapes and the mini DV and what was before that. I can't even remember the name of the bigger tapes. VHS. Not even VHS. After VHS, it was
VHS-C,
smaller,
8mm,
smaller. Like not before VHS,
Video
after
8?
VHS.
Oh, after VHS. Video 8.
After VHS.
Mini DVD-R. They did a bunch of different formats. Beta. I don't know. Yeah.
Beta.
But yeah, I did the same thing when I was a kid. I had my A-Team action figures and I'd take still photos and try to make stop motion animation. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It's fun stuff. Maybe you get it maybe you get a chance to direct a Quantum Leap one day.
Hey, you never know. Like that's another cool part about being in stunts. A lot of my bosses and the people I look up to are becoming second unit directors and directors. So a lot of action stuff right now, like the whole John Wick category that was created by Keanu Reeves as a stunt double from The Matrix. And he has a whole team now under him that are all like amazing fight coordinators, amazing stunt coordinators, and he's bringing them up one by one, so they're all starting to direct their own things and opening doors for the new generation. So it's pretty cool seeing it happen and knowing that like the possibility it could happen to me too, But I see myself going in that same route like eventually, but I'm still having fun performing. A lot of guys my age are over the performing, and then you have guys my age that are still down to do stuff, you know, like if they call me today and be like, hey, you want to do a car hit? I'll be like, yeah, let's go, you know, like I'm so down to do it, like stair falls, fire burns, jump in the ocean, whatever you need. Like I'm 100% down, except for motorcycles. I don't do motorcycles. Like I promised my wife in the beginning,
Dangerous.
I wouldn't do any motorcycle. Yeah, that's probably got to be the most dangerous stunt you can do. Even if it's not on set, it's still like, I have a lot of friends that gotten hurt and died on public streets and highways, you know. So that's been my one thing that I will not do, man. Like you couldn't talk me into it.
That's good. I like that. I only rode a motorcycle once, and I said never again.
I've ridden on the back. I've driven a few. I mean, I'm trying to learn wheelies here and there, but I would never do it on set. Like a closed course or like something fun here and there, you know, that's okay. Dirt bike tracks, that's okay. But actual motorcycle on set, no, man, no, I'm cool on that. So I'll pass that to the next guy. I have guys that I know that that's their thing, and they love to do it. Like I love to do these kind of stunts. So I'd rather them do it, get the job, and be able to feed themselves and their family, you know?
Probably my last question. Everybody that comes on, guest stars, different people, they say the set is so amazing. Is it amazing for everybody, from the number one on the card to anybody else on the whole thing?
Like the set or the cast?
Well, just the environment and the cast. Just what's it like being a stuntman? You know, do you get the same warm feeling that everybody else gets being there?
Yeah, for sure. Like when you walk on set, everybody kind of knows who you are already, or oh, that's the stunt guys, you know, you get that vibe sometimes, and then sometimes people look at you like you're an idiot, like, hey, why would you do this? You know, like it really depends. Like I usually get a warm feeling from people, and I like to talk, so people are always pretty friendly. The cast is always great. I haven't had any bad experience. The cast here was all great. The sets are amazing. Like that basement they built was nuts. Like I remember the first day I saw it, and then I saw it before when we rehearsed it without the water, and every detail about that place looked like a real shady basement. Like they had spider webs on the walls.
Wow.
Like the board games, the little details. There was like board games from the 60s and 70s there, like not 70s, I guess you would say, I guess from the 50s and 60s. So there's board games, there's like an old train set. Like these guys really do their research on the stuff that they set up in these places, like the props department, set deck. All these guys are geniuses, dude. Like the creativity behind like those positions and the stuff they get to do and create and come up with is pretty nuts. And even if it's something that they make up, like that they can build, is just it's all crazy. It's pretty mind blowing. And what the effects department do with it on top of that is just like, wow, man, wow.
I know you got called into work. What was it, yesterday, day before? Was it for Quantum Leap? Did you have some more Quantum Leap after this, or not yet?
No, we were shooting pickup shots on Beverly Hills Cop, Axel Foley. It's the new fourth part, I guess you would say. But yeah, I got to double Eddie Murphy for a scene.
Wow,
that was pretty cool. We were shooting out of this mansion. Had this. It was I was with Kevin Bacon and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Oh wow, I love them.
Yeah, it was. These guys are super nice too, man. Like just being there, because I don't even know much about the movie yet. I worked on it. I worked on it before the strike as well, but I was just playing myself. We did some pedestrian stuff down in downtown Los Angeles. They had a helicopter flying on the street, and you'll see the scene in the movie. It's probably a big scene in the movie, but yeah, this helicopter pilot that they use, Fred North, this guy, if you've heard this guy's name, he is nuts, man. He is nuts. Probably one of the best in the industry. He does a lot of stunt flying and crazy stuff, but he brought a helicopter in the middle of downtown, flying between the skyscrapers on the street.
Wow.
He would reset back. He would have to reset back to one. He would, man, I couldn't even describe it. Like just seeing it over and over. And we did this 2 days in a row for 8 hours a day.
Wow. That reminds me of Terminator 2, underneath the bridge, kind of.
Oh yeah.
That kind of
When they
stuff.
shoot on the LA River like that down there, the LA River is pretty, and that's pretty tight. So yeah, that kind of stuff. Like I would never try that myself, but it's amazing seeing it and being a part of it. You know.
Was Eddie Murphy there when you were doubling him?
Yeah. Eddie was there.
Wow, that's so cool.
Cool
Such
guy.
A cool guy.
Legend.
Yeah,
I grew up watching
absolutely
all of his comedy stuff. Saturday Night Live days. Like I still go back to YouTube and watch his old stuff. His Saturday Night, the SNL stuff he did was especially my favorite one was when he did James Brown with the hot tub.
Oh yeah, too hot in hot tub.
Yeah, he's like tapping his toe in the water, man. That's something I saw that as a kid, and it came out 10 years before I was even born, probably, and I still love it to this day. Like,
yeah,
even all the stand-ups from the 80s, you can't get any better.
Yeah,
than
Raw,
that.
Delirious. I wore those tapes out when I was a kid. Way too young to listen to them.
Tell me about it. That's one I can't wait to tell my family. Like, hey, I got to double Eddie Murphy. You know,
it's very cool.
That's something they would appreciate, just because everybody knows who he is. Because I get to double a lot of cool people, but a lot of them, most of them would be like, who's that? Like every once in a while you get a good name. Like I've been doubling Michael B. Jordan for a couple projects lately. And you
got the look. You're very handsome. So I mean, they don't even have to. You don't have to even blur it or anything or face replacement.
That's why you get lines sometimes. They're like, hey, you can act a little bit too. Hey, you get another job in there while you're doing it. You know, so like with stunts, it's pretty interesting. I started off acting before I got into stunts, and then I was on set and I met a stunt coordinator, and he was looking at me like awkwardly, and I'm like, can I help you? And he's like, hey, what's your size? Like usually they're looking for doubles, or they're looking for somebody to match an actor, so they're checking out your sizes or your weight, your height, stuff like that. And he asked me my sizes, and I was like, I told him, and he's like, you want to double one of the other actors on this project? And I was like, what do I have to do? And he was like, we're just gonna put you on a harness and we're gonna take you up in the air like 60 feet and bring you back down. It was like pretty simple day. So I was like, yeah, sure. So I got to do that, and then we ended up having a fight scene too as well that I had to learn. But that was my first time really doing a stunt on a movie. And after that, I was actually still dancing when that happened. So I danced for a few more years, and then once dancing got to the point where I was like, all right, I'm ready to try something new. So that's when I was like, all right, let me put dancing in the back and go full throttle into stunts, because you have to pick something. Like it's hard to go back and forth and try to pick something like that. So you got to either be in one or the other. You know, it's a very demanding field, and you got to meet a whole new set of people. It's like the people in this world won't benefit you in this world, and the people in this world won't benefit you in that world. So it's really getting in and meeting people, and it's really all about networking at the end of the day.
Networking. Next time you're hanging out with Joseph Gordon-Levitt, let him know you're on Quantum Leap too, because he was on Quantum Leap when he was a kid. I don't know if you knew that. He was in an episode when he was a kid, so you got a connection there. And of course, now you got a connection with Kevin Bacon, which is connected to everybody on the planet, I think, right?
Yeah, this guy's a legend. He was doing his own stunt too, man. I was shocked to see he was still game. So yeah, that was cool to see somebody like that, like still want to do it, you know?
That's so cool. Well, that makes sense. We were supposed to see him at Epcot. He was going to do the Bacon Brothers band thing, but he had to cancel because he had filming. So maybe it had something to do with that movie. I don't know.
It could be. They a lot of movies they'll do reshoots on. So they'll shoot the whole movie, and then a month before it comes out, they go back and want to shoot like a week's worth of stuff to get some pickup shots or change out something. Or if it's Marvel, Marvel will release a trailer and then go switch it out just to mess with the fans, you know? And you'll think like, oh, this is about to happen, and then you see the movie and it's like that guy's not even there. Like, it blows our mind too, because everything's a secret. Like we're on set, they don't give us the script or anything. Like other shows, you know the script, they'll give you the sides, they'll give you everything. Marvel is zipped. Like you don't know nothing. Some of the actors don't even know anything because they've already slipped up and said stuff here and there. So.
Yeah.
Like they switch, they give you fake scripts, they give you code names. Like if you check into the hotel, you got a code name for the movie. Everything is like, because there's fans in every city too, and the fans are waiting outside the hotels and on sets, and they know where to look. I don't even know how they find out. Like I worked on Shang-Chi in San Francisco,
and
the code name was Steamboat. So like all the trailers say steamboat. So so people can't just walk up and see Marvel. Like, well, that's the problem. Like they don't see Shang-Chi written on anything. They see Marvel though. So the thing is, they still put Marvel and stuff. So Marvel's there, but you think it's a movie called Steamboat by Marvel. So it's like, and they have code. Like when people come, when there's pedestrians, when we're on streets shooting the pedestrians, they'll ask what you're shooting, and production will be like, it's like a mayonnaise commercial. Yeah, they'll make up the most random story just to throw people off. Like it's that's pretty funny about it. Like just playing with people and messing around like that. But Marvel's got to be one of the most tight-lipped places I've ever worked for, which is like, I get it. They got NDAs and all that. So they're not trying to get anything leaked, but other than that, it's a cool job to have. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Yeah, that was just such a fascinating conversation. I'm really excited I got to speak with you, and I learned so much more, and now I have so much more to watch again. So I appreciate that. It was just an honor speaking with you. Thank you, G.
Thanks for having me. It's my first time doing something like this, so it was an honor.
Hey, it's me. It's Chris. I'm here. I'm on the after show. Can you believe it? Do you like my smiling face? I am honored to be here. I just want to let you guys know before you go back to hear what Brian and Albie and Hayden and John have to say about Off the Cuff. We got to speak to the director of Off the Cuff, Joe Menendez, Albie and I, and we did an entire director's commentary for the episode. So when you're done watching these four Dynamite hosts talk about this episode, go and watch a Dynamite director talk about the episode with Albie and me tagging along. It's kind of like an immersive experience. You start the video and then you play the track, and it was awesome. You're going to love it. And don't forget to listen to the podcast on the main feed because it features the triumphant return of Allison Pregler. Allison and I tear it up talking about Off the Cuff. So a lot of stuff going on. Quantum Leap podcast universe just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. Back to Albie.
And we're back. How about that interview? Man, we got some great interviews for this episode. I love how everybody says yes. It's just a matter of getting a hold of them. So this was good.
Albie, what's your secret to making everyone say yes?
You know what I think it really is? I think it's the producers and casting people at Quantum Leap just pick kind people. So, that might be one of the requirements. So then when we ask them, they're kind and they say yes, and they give us some of their time.
Nice.
That's probably what it is. All right. I wanted to talk more about this relationship stuff because this I'm living vicariously through these characters, which I think we're supposed to do. And part of it for me is I want to talk more about Hannah and Ben, but something I found weird. I'm sure this moment was supposed to mean a lot more than it did to me, but when the proposal happened at the end of the episode, I felt nothing. What do you think about the proposal? I want to talk about this. I want to figure out why.
I kind of felt the same way. I don't know. It just didn't hit like they wanted it to, probably.
You're right. I didn't even think about it, but yes. And I guess like there was no, I mean, we've known about it for 2 or 3 episodes now. So it wasn't, a big reveal, or in any way. I mean, I guess it was maybe a little bit that she said yes, but that wasn't super surprising either. I mean, they've been together for
3 years.
She probably was going to say yes. And we still don't know. We've never really seen. We saw the one scene of them cooking together, and then everything else was kind of in a work setting. So we don't, we're not invested in their relationship in the sense that like we saw them fall in love.
That's
or
true.
even we even really get to see them be in love because they're always working.
Yeah.
That one scene of them cooking was all we got.
It hasn't had the same focus as like Ben and Hannah has, maybe. And I'm the type of person that I watch
I don't care.
I'm the kind of person where on like social media, I'll see, a proposal at Disney World and like one of them pulls out a ring and then the other one can't believe it because they pull out a ring and they propose to each other. And I'm in tears in like 30 seconds watching this. you know, and these characters I really like. I like Caitlin, and, you know, I like Addison, and I like Tom, and I think they're okay together, but for some reason I'm not feeling it. Maybe it's because like it's a relationship that seems like they're each other's second choice, because Tom lost his wife, you know, his true love, and Addison lost Ben. She thought she did. She just gave up on him, but she thought she lost Ben. So like they're each other's consolation prize. And also it's a relationship born of mutual grief and commiseration. So I think all of that combined to me, and also the little bit of feeling I have of betrayal for Addison not waiting for Ben, like, because I think Ben would have waited for Addison, but I've killed that to death already. I think all those combined makes me just not feel anything for the relationship and this proposal.
See, I don't have the same issues. Like I don't have really the issue about Addison moving on. I don't necessarily feel the same way about the second choice thing. Because I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say most of us don't marry our first loves. I don't necessarily know it's a consolation prize. I think aside from what I said before about not really seeing the relationship, and I would say the difference between them and the YouTube Disney proposal videos, you know, is you get to see surprise, and you get to see elation, you get to see joy, you get to see an overflowing of emotion, and so you get emotional. But these just happen to be two fairly stoic characters, and you know, it's not a knock against them, but it does make it hard to like get engrossed in their sweeping love story, because we don't really see them pour their hearts out. They just don't really do that. That's just not who they are. Every now and then, and I'm not, again, I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think they're acting poorly or it's written poorly. That's just how those characters are. But it does make it hard to kind of get caught up in the feeling if they're not, if the feeling isn't overly expressed.
Well, there is the idea of show, don't tell. I think it is the problem of the writing, actually. They should, throughout Series 2, have been showing them more in love and affectionate to each other than they have been. I do agree that they are stoic people, but at the same time, if you don't show that, then we do get what we've just had, which is a bland proposal out of the blue where we don't feel anything. So I also didn't feel anything, but then I don't feel anything anyway. So
you have no feelings.
And at the same time,
yeah.
You know, at the same time, you got Hannah and Ben, who are both very passionate people, and you know they're getting excited about everything, and Ben's talking about it all the time, and Hannah's making these big speeches about love and all this stuff, and then you've got, you know, Addison and Tom, who are just kind of stoic and, you know, sort of professional. Addison, you know, has a little passion in her. We saw it in a couple episodes, but nothing like, you know, Tom just doesn't have it. So you just don't, you know, I don't want to say I don't care, but it's just not interesting. You know, go ahead, get married, fine.
I don't think we were supposed to. I don't think we were supposed to feel like romantic and excited about this proposal. I think that's another reason. I don't think it's bad writing. I think it's good writing, because I don't think they wanted us to feel happy, lovey-dovey, romantic, swelling up, because there was no music cue there. They revealed the ring weeks ago, and it was like a mechanical thing. Like, oh, you found the ring. Okay, I'm going to propose to you. And, oh, yes, before you say it. And so I think it's purposely done. I don't think they did anything wrong. I think we're feeling exactly how they want us to feel about it. And it just feels awkward and weird. And also, with all those shots of Addison looking at Ben and Hannah and longing for what she had with Ben, I believe. That's what I finally came down to, that she's looking at Hannah experiencing the relationship that she wanted and she thought she would have for the rest of her life. And now she can't have it. So I'm thinking that she's making a mistake saying yes and marrying Tom. And I don't think they're actually ultimately going to get married. And I think it just, as an audience that's been there with these characters, not necessarily as much with Addison and Tom and their relationship, but these characters in general, we just know it's not right. And I think that's what they were going for. So I think It was really good. Even though
I was going to
we
ask,
didn't
what
like
do you think they're going to put them back together?
Oh, I wholeheartedly believe Ben and Addison will be back together. Like, I don't know anything.
We might end up seeing. I have a feeling we might end up seeing a leap in future where Ben leaps to the wedding and has to put a stop to it. But then again, I think
like Graduate style, The Graduate.
Maybe, but then again, I think we also need to see a reason why Addison shouldn't be with Tom, though, because the two of them, despite it being a very boring sort of relationship for us to watch, it does seem like they're happy together. So I do think we need to see some sort of way to turn Tom into an antagonist in order to do that.
Are they happy together, though?
I guess
they seem like they're making the best choice they have at the moment, and that doesn't read as happy to me.
Well, I do think they make each other happy, but there's just not. It's not the same. It's not the same kind of thing, because Ben and Addison had that opposites attract kind of thing, because she's, outgoing and action and, superstar, and he's quiet and meek and smart and sensitive. And so we kind of felt them on that level. Maybe we just more relate more to Ben. Maybe that's what it is. We're all nerds and we hope we can get the hot girl like Ben did.
Well, Ben's the one we see the most. We're following Ben, essentially. So it makes sense we're going to gravitate more towards him.
So, on paper, they are a couple that makes sense, Tom and Addison. And I guess the question is on paper enough? Like, we don't know. All we know is on paper, because, like you said, they don't really show us. But I want to go back to the Hannah's polyamorous.
No, do we have to?
Suggestion. Well,
it's important. I think we should. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like they gave like close-ups of each of them. Like that was an important thing too.
Stop kink shaming people, John.
That's my point. Not to be that guy, but some of my best friends are polyamorous. And it's a completely valid lifestyle. But even beyond that, if you're looking at this from Hannah's perspective, she's in love with someone who literally is different people. Like, even if she was just with Ben, she would be polyamorous. So she would have to expand her perspective of, this is my one fella, because her one fella is several fellas.
Could be several women too. We don't know.
She's like, I had to get over that, and I really do like the idea of she married him, and like when he was in somebody else. But also, when I was watching this episode, I was imagining a Captain America, Peggy Carter situation where he'll just kind of leap through her life and he'll show up like, he will see her like, in her final moments, and
or a time traveler's wife sort of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think once she's dead, chronologically, he won't go back into her life. I think that would be kind of gross. Because they have shown her aging forward in each leap. So I don't know how that's going to end, unless maybe if it's the same episode where she's an old woman and he gets to leap back and experience that wedding, like marry her, like so that's his last memory of her, maybe. But like, it would have to be the same episode. Like anything besides that would be that would not work for me.
Well, I'm finding the progression of the Hannah storyline very strange anyway, because from a production standpoint, the main reason you would bring in a character like Hannah is given... All right, let's go back a little bit to the original series. I mean, Sam did sleep around quite a lot, and no one really batted an eyelid at the time, but with the passage of time, we can, see how creepy that is, the issues of consent and things along those lines. Really, the main reason you would bring in a recurring girlfriend for Ben is so that you can see some sex on the TV show without it seeming non-consensual or other issues that you wouldn't, want people to think about while watching the show. it seems very strange then that we haven't seen any, at least not explicitly, because that would be the main reason that you would want to have that on the show. I mean, sex sells. So it does seem quite odd that, you know, you would make them so heavily in love and hot for each other one episode, and then make her essentially, you know, someone that you can't be with in the very next one, but then get told at the end of the episode, oh, the husband's going to be dead in 18 months anyway. So, you know, it does feel like GTF Dubs wants them together, but the progression just seems very, very odd, especially from a production standpoint.
I don't think we necessarily have to see them like having sex or like strongly implied. I think what you said about consent, you know, is more the point. Because before, Sam was leaping into these people and they didn't know that they weren't sleeping with the person they thought they were sleeping with. This woman knows. So, I mean, there's a question of consent as far as the leapee, I guess, but I mean, that's the whole show.
Especially like, if it actually is the leapee's body this time rather than...
Yeah, but if, like, you know, that's the whole premise of the show is he's leaping into people and making them do things that they wouldn't do. So, like, I don't know, let them do something fun. as long as the other person is on board, I'm sure it's fine. GTFW signs off on it.
I think you guys were right. I think one of the reasons maybe that Hannah is considering and embracing polyamory is because Ben is many different people. And now that makes a lot more sense to me. So I do like that. Of course, we have that old theory that Hannah is actually Addison leapt into Hannah. I doubt that would come about. When I first started thinking about this Hannah storyline, I thought about maybe the end of Interstellar. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he kind of sees his old daughter, but in this case, it would be an old love dying in a hospital, you know, or whatever. There's so many different ways to go about doing this. And we have only these really 5 episodes before we see, I think, the conclusion. I don't know, but I feel like it'll be the conclusion of this storyline.
Something else that jumped out at me, it does kind of seem like they're trying to make it possible that Ben will be able to go home just in case this does end up being the last season, the last series, so that they can actually wrap it up. It has that sort of feel to it. I actually think that it'll be a no-brainer that it will be renewed because of how well the show has done, especially during the strikes. The fact that it was one of the few shows around that was producing new episodes and getting a consistent audience. So it would, to me, seem like a no-brainer to bring it back. But at the same time, you know, you can never really tell with the networks what they're going to choose. So yeah, it's interesting looking at the show from a critical viewpoint and as someone who's trying to think about what might be going on behind the scenes as well. You know, of course you'd want to write in a possible out so that you can wrap up the show if you need to. I think that I saw someone post on Facebook today that or Instagram today, that they just finished filming the final episode for this season.
Yeah.
I actually wonder, maybe you might need to talk to some of the people involved in this episode that they just filmed, Albie, because I'd be interested to know if they had to film multiple endings, just in case they do have to wrap everything up.
I would think they would, because when you're finishing a season, I think the general feeling is, you know, after the end of the series of Alf, you never leave on a cliffhanger when you don't know you're coming back. Right? The thought is write every season finale like it's a series finale. So, I mean, even if they just bring Ben home at the end of this season, doesn't mean he's still not out there at the beginning of next season if they do get one. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I think there was some news about NBC Universal getting acquired or sold to Warner Brothers and this and that. So maybe that's why they didn't get the season 3 announcement yet.
I haven't heard that. No, I don't know.
So things might be up in the air. I know they're hopeful, but at this late stage in the game to not get a nod either way. It's kind of scary. If the series ends with the end of this season and they do bring Ben home, I think it would be a satisfying ending.
I think it would be
Yes
satisfying,
and no.
but I do also think I agree with Hayden. I do think they're kind of hitting their stride and like building their base and popularity. And also, I didn't mention it before regarding the sex sales, but that we did get shirtless Ben this episode.
We did get shirtless Ben. Yeah, that was the preview image on for the screener, and I was like, oh, shirtless Ben. So that, but I don't, you know, on the subject of the sex sells thing, I don't think they're going for the sex. I think they're going for the romance. They're going for people like me that are into the romantic.
They're going to want to be getting as many people as they want. They need both.
Well, that's why you have shirtless Ben. You know,
that's why you have shirtless Ben. That's what I'm saying. That was their sex. That was the sex that's selling.
It works. It works. Any chance to get shirtless Ben or shirtless Sam, right? I want to talk more about the pronunciation of caraway when we get back. But first, we have this interview. This is a great interview that Christopher and I did with Josh Dean. We found out some really cool stuff about him during this interview, and we had a great time, and I think you will too watching this. So we'll go to this interview. Albie? He played the brother and husband, Hannah's husband, and the brother of Kevin. So he did really good in the episode. And after speaking with him and getting to understand his character and the writing and how everything came together, I think that's another reason why I really love the episode on the third viewing, because that was after I spoke with Josh Dean. So yeah,
you know, when we were before we started, Albie was telling me who we'd gotten, and he said, "Oh, we got Josh." Sorry, what was his name again, Albie?
Josh Dean, the brother husband.
Yeah, we got Josh Dean. He played Hannah's brother. I'm like, she's rooting her brother.
So yeah, but it's a great interview. So we'll go to that now, and we'll be right back. Hello, Leapers, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap Podcast. I'm Albie. I'm here with Christopher, and we have a very special guest I'm excited about. He played Josh Nally in the episode Off the Cuff. He's Josh Dean. How you doing, Josh?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so thrilled to be here.
I got to ask, was your character named Josh before this script got you, or did they just want to call you the same name because they like your name was so cool?
They did. It was actually written. It was a part written for me by the writer of this episode, Alex Berger. I had done a lot of a show that he was previously writing on called Blind Spot, and I guess that he liked my work enough and working with me enough that he had me in mind when he was first writing this, and so that's why the character. I think it was maybe the name itself was a working title, but they just stuck with it.
It makes it easier when somebody says Josh. You don't have to think about it before you answer.
Yeah, I can respond to all the time, but it was very confusing when the cameraman, because occasionally they'll call you by your character name to say, "Can you move over on your left" or whatever, and they would always say Josh, or I'm sorry, it's Josh. Oh, okay, well, fine. So Josh, yeah.
That's amazing. There's a lot of blind spot actors on this show. Is that because Martin? Probably.
That's exactly right. They call it the Garrowverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You would have had, well, on this episode alone, there's two, right? But then, I mean, in the past, there's been a bunch of different ones. Aaron Abrams, Joe Dinical, PJ Byrne, all kinds of folks who have shown up on both. So. Yeah,
like a lot. And it's like I just expect it now when I go through the cast list and the IMDb. It's like, yep, blind spot.
Yeah. Blind spot. That's right. It could be a drinking game.
I like it. Okay, I want to get to Quantum Leap, but I want to start off finding out about you and how you got in the business and stuff like that. You're an actor, you're a writer, you're a voice director. How did you get into the entertainment industry? How did you get the bug?
I was I'm Canadian. I was in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, just before high school, and I saw some people doing improv on the street, busking, doing improv. And I had previously I grew up on a horse farm, like a ranch out in the middle of nowhere, and we had a big, what they call a gray market satellite dish, the huge ones that like slowly turn. And so we could get occasionally, if you were lucky and found the right satellite, you could watch American TV. And it was when Whose Line Is It Anyway? The British one was being aired a lot on Comedy Central when it first early days. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And when I saw these guys busking, I realized, oh, like anybody can do that. So I started improvising, joined up with the local professional team. I wound up touring all over the world with it, and then got into scripted theater, and then got scouted by someone from Fox way back when, over 20 years ago. And she said, you should move to Los Angeles. And so I did. And then she gave me a TV show shortly after that. And then it was pretty easy after that.
Yeah, she just gave you a TV show.
I mean, all of the actor people that I know, I don't understand why they say it's so hard. It was cinchy. I had my own show a couple of weeks after I got off the bus. But I had a show in an improvised sitcom on Fox, and then it was just kind of, bouncing here and there since then. And so that's the very short version of the last 30 years.
Very cool. Yeah. When I saw you on Off the Cuff in this episode, I was like, I know him from something. Mm-hmm. It was without the goatee, but I knew your eyes from something. So I was interested to find out. When I went back, I noticed you were in, Con Man.
Yes, indeed. I wrote that show.
6 episodes. I was excited to find out. How do you get writing with Alan Tudyk for those?
Well, Nathan Fillion is one of my dearest friends, and he is also from Edmonton. And so early when I was first moved here to LA, I'm based in LA now. I was hanging out with Nathan a lot, and that was after Firefly, but sort of just before Serenity. And so and that cast is all very tight still, but so we were always hanging out together. And just over the course of a couple of years, I made Alan laugh enough just at gatherings that he started coming to me when there was, when he had something he wanted some writing done on, which you said writer. I have written stuff, but I wouldn't say that it is my profession. So he when they were doing Con Man, he asked me to come on and help out. And so the second season, I wound up kind of being the writing it along with Alan and a few other two other fellas, and with occasional help from others. And yes, that's how that wound up happening.
Very cool. It was a good show. I'm in the credits, way buried in the stuff. I'm not going to say I'm a big Firefly fan, a big brown coat, but my daughter's name's Serenity. So,
wow, okay, that's just a coincidence.
No, she's named after a spaceship. She hopes to meet your friend one day. So, and
incredible.
Tell her name, so, yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot easier to do now that we know each other.
Yeah, that's true. Next time I'm in LA, we'll hang out. That'd be cool.
Please.
So, Josh, that's fascinating to me. Can you talk a little bit about Con Man? Because as someone who writes occasionally, like you said, I have to imagine that production might have been a little bit different because it was much more of an independent project. So were you involved more than you think you might have been otherwise had it been more of a straight-laced network show?
I mean, certainly there would have been other a lot more people involved, I think, and more senior writers ahead of me. But and we had a lot of freedom because it was just the four of us in an apartment downtown, for 2-3 months, just writing, trying to bang this thing out and figure it out. So I 100% would not have had the opportunity otherwise. But it's also, I think, the way that Alan likes to work is by he wants to be able to have some creative control as much as he can have, because he's such a creative beast, and so I don't know that he would do it under any other circumstances or in any other way. I think that he prefers to keep it small and tight with people he trusts, rather than bringing on some ringer that he's never met and who doesn't get him. And it was really just a matter of trying to give some shape to things that he had already been thinking about for a long time. He really had been, they'd been working on concepts like this for a long time before it actually came together. And so it was really kind of taking a lot of different things and throwing them at the wall and then just seeing how funny we could make it.
That's my next question. Put you on the spot. Who's funnier, Alan or Nathan?
Very different funny. There's, Nathan is funny wordplay. Alan is funny character. Like Nathan is all funny charm, and Alan, I think, is more of like an energy ball. So I mean, that's an apples and oranges question, I think. But 100% it's Nathan.
Okay, we got that out of the way. All right,
just because
it's now been established on the Quantum Leap podcast.
I have a better chance of at least like surviving a fight with Alan, I think. So that's why I chose to go that way.
Who came up with the back to you bit? Back to you, back to you, back to you.
Oh, cripes. I don't remember. I do not remember. I think it was me, but I honestly don't remember. I don't remember much from that experience.
All right. Yeah, it was a little bit ago. I got a kick out of that because we do a lot of interviews, we host a lot of things, so we're always like trying to hand it off to each other. So that was funny.
Actually, I remember it was something that I had pulled out from a sketch that I had written a long time ago back in Edmonton. The idea of like, or I always find it funny when they say back to you and thanks so much, and just the idea of them getting into this kind of like one-upmanship of like thank you cards for thank you cards sort of a thing, and so I believe that may have been the origin of that. But when you're in a room like that for an extended period of time, jokes no longer belong to a person, right? They all get batted around and you don't remember who came up with it. All the good ones were mine, but anything that was inappropriate or didn't land, probably those were some other people's. I want to share credit where I can.
Yeah. I think there was a secret third answer to my question. The funny one is Josh.
Yeah.
He's the funny one.
Yeah.
Exactly. I bet if you asked either of them, they wouldn't say that. No, probably they would. I think they would.
Writing, you wrote a movie I just watched tonight, Christmas Prince, the baby.
Oh God, you really do your research. Yes. So I had done the first two as an actor, and I had done 4 or 5 movies from that same production company shooting up. It's a company that really, they've just got this brilliant business machine going out of just Northern Ontario. They're based in Barrie, Ontario, and they just have like this crack team of people, and they turn out like 10, 12 movies a year, and they've got like this crew that just like work together constantly. And and so I had gone up there a number of times and had gotten to know everybody up there, and said, my wife is a writer, and I've written things, and we'd be interested in writing one. And then nothing happened, and then we got a call out of the blue, like almost a year later, that was like, hey, you want to write the third one of these? You already know all the characters. And I was like, yeah, we'll do that. And so then we did. And then I went up there to shoot it during the pandemic, which wasn't a delight.
So was that your first feature film script?
That's right. Yeah, that would have been the first.
And it got produced. That like never happens.
No, it does. I mean, I'm a big believer in doing things while I'm getting paid, and so it was a great opportunity because I already had the job before I had to do it. I mean, we gave them samples and everything, but it was it was such a fast. There's obviously like some craft and nuance to it, but they are a formula, and there's a lot of different choose your own adventures that you can go through those, but through the formula, but there it is still, they're fairly formulaic. So it comes together. We were really given marching orders and essentially the overall story that they were hoping to tell, in very broad strokes. And so we really just had to plug things in and try to find some fun in it. Ours is certainly the goofiest of the series. but yeah, that's it was a really great time getting to write with my wife and go up there and getting to name a character Blevins, which still makes me laugh. I don't know. That was it. I'm very impressed that you watched. I mean, you may have been sitting on the fast forward button a little bit, but
no, not at all.
Very
I love those kind of movies. I hadn't seen that one.
Oh, well, in that
I
case,
hadn't seen that one, so
yeah.
I enjoyed it. I have to say, I won't spoil
the whole
it, but
series.
I will now. I'm going to go back, but I watched the one you wrote first. But I have to say, the proposal scene got me. So good job on that.
All right, so
touched my heart.
So glad.
Yeah,
I'm glad. I'm glad I touched your heart.
Yeah, and
it was kind of gross feeling.
A lot of cholesterol in there right now. So, now you also are a voice director, right? Which is interesting.
Right.
I find that interesting. Can you explain that for video games?
I certainly can. Yes, for video games primarily. I also have directed on the animated series Arcane on Netflix, but I direct video games. I started. I used to do a lot of video game voiceover and some motion capture stuff, and a lot. I don't know how familiar you both are with games. It sounds, Albie, like you are a little bit familiar with games.
A little bit.
Yeah. I worked a lot with this company called BioWare, which is also Edmonton based, and had done a lot of voices for them. And after I moved down here, I was in between jobs, and I was kind of looking to scrape up some dough, and I heard they were going to release a couple of games. And so I reached out and said, you have any parts that I could play? And they said, actually, we need a director based in Los Angeles, and we think you'd be good at that. Do you want to try? And I was like, okay. And then 6 months later, I had directed like a AAA video game. And so I really enjoyed it. I'm a huge video game nerd, and I always have been. And so it was a really, I find being able to kind of connect my knowledge of gaming and being on the other side of the glass or camera, it's a really good mix, I think. And so, yeah, so that side of my career really has took off, and I've been able to work with all the biggest companies and all the games I ever wanted to play, and I've gotten to direct and be in some, and so it's kind of a dream. It's also I had twins a few years ago, and twin fellas that are 2 and a bit, and hopefully still sleeping right now in the house. But and so being able to work from home during that time, it was incredible. I was able to just be home most of the time and walk, go every 10 minutes or every hour when you take your 10-minute break, go just walk in and cuddle them. And so that's been really wonderful. So it's been a consistent job, which having, as I explained, been in theater and then as being an actor, that's not a normal kind of thing. To be in demand for the thing instead of just begging for a job is it's a real heady mix.
You'd caught into something really, really astutely, Josh. Albie is into video games. I'm not. And I'm curious to know the process of directing a video game like that, because you had mentioned before, it's kind of like the choose your own adventure motif. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me with video games, there are so many different paths that a player can go down. There must be scripts that branch off into a bunch of different directions. Yes. Do you have to get like the actors to do different takes based on how the game is progressing? Or is it like, okay, we need her to say, stop right there, and she just does the one take, and then they just plug it in wherever the stop right there might go? Or
normally, I mean, all games work differently. Like all game companies record differently, and some games have branches that are purely narrative, and some games have ones that are also character based. Where all the BioWare games, there were, I think, the first people to do like I want to say this like in a confrontational way. I want to say this in a heroic way. I want to say this in as a joker. And so they had to write every line in that game 3 times. And then, so you would say, okay, we're going to go back through this and then you get like every exchange is essentially its own script. So you go up to the shopkeeper, and then you have a script with that person, and then at the bottom is the other branches of that dialogue that you could record, and then below that is branches the other direction, and then you go back through and get the versions of each, that you need. So that's how they work. But then I've directed on the last 2 Spider-Man games, and those games, they well, there isn't necessarily a real difference that you can choose emotionally because it's Spider-Man. That's not necessarily up to you. They have to be aware of whether you're swinging or perched or fighting, because a line could fire at any time. And so you have to record some lines that aren't in a cutscene. You have to record all those different ways. So you would record the same line written the same way, but delivered, with punching or like with the tension of swinging and that feeling and that like slight projection. So yeah, it's a very complicated system. It's always one that's changing throughout the, year and a half, 2 years that you're directing the game. Because the systems are changing, or it turns out we can't actually do water, so that whole underwater world that isn't happening anymore. Mm-hmm. We're canceling all of that we've already recorded and doing this other stuff, and it's fun because every day at work is you never know what the new challenge is going to be, and it's incredible.
Very cool. Just seems insane, like maddening at times. It probably is, but
it can be. I mean, certainly we've been in I've been in sessions, and I'll just say, like, I have no idea who this character is, and I don't know what you feel about them, which is poor directing, quite frankly. But it's because, but that'll be because, the script just came in that day, and that character didn't exist before that day, and so so you have no context, so you kind of like, based on the way you're responding to them, I don't think you like them, but I have no idea why not. And then 6 months later, you'll get a re-record of that line, you pick up of that line, and it'll be like, I don't know why that character was being yelled at, but you shouldn't yell at them. And so you just re-record it the correct way. They catch it on the back end. But for the most part, we try to figure out or infer what's going on and apply that.
Very cool. Which Spider-Man games? Because I just bought one. Haven't started it yet.
Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Oh, very cool.
And
yes.
Now, to be fair, though, those are both of those were directed by myself and another director who some games you're a secondary director, sometimes you're the primary, sometimes, or some games they're split, and so I've split on that one. Most of the big games are, just because you've got people recording in the UK, or you've got just such a mountain of material, and so I can't say that I'm the sole director, but I am one of two.
Very cool. Serenity is excited to play that, but we're finishing Star Trek Resurgence first.
I've heard that.
And then we're going to start on our Spider-Man games, so that's fun.
Nice.
She'll be excited to hear that.
Yeah, and there's an Easter egg in there about two people we were just talking about earlier.
Really? Now we have to
one of them's funnier than the other. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. You have to. That's how you figure it out. That was a fun session in the recording booth. I'll tell you that. It's been really already its way out there because of the way that the internet works now. But yeah, I got to bring them in for a session, the two of them together, and just improvise around, and it was very exciting. Just a very small side story thing, but if you just stand there and listen to them for extended period of time, you get a real close up. It's pretty awesome.
I might not sleep tonight. I might have to go do that.
It's very early in the game, so that will not be hard.
Very cool. I think I don't know if you've seen Con Man, Chris, but I think there's a episode where they're doing voice recordings for video games, and it's hilarious. I forget which season that's in, though.
And there's also some good mocap stuff in there.
Yes, Alan wearing the suit with the ping pong balls on it and stuff.
Yeah. It's on my list now. The new season of Resident Alien is out, so I think I'm going to be going on an Alan binge soon.
Yeah,
and I think Con Man will make a perfect companion piece to that, because I've always meant to watch it. I just, it just been, I should watch that, and then life happens.
I will say it was written in a different time. I will say that I don't know that it ages in a. if I had it all to do over again, I might write it slightly differently. But
you know, listen, Josh, I have your contact info now. I'll just let you know.
Oh, great! I appreciate that. Let's not share that contact info with anybody else, though.
It'll be between you and me.
Right. It's on Blu-ray and Prime. It's definitely worth the binge. So
cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And this script for Off the Cuff, your part was written for you, so you already had the part, right? So you didn't even.
I did. I did not
or...
have to audition for it. No, wow. I didn't have an audition for it. And on top of that, the director, it just so happens I had worked with when my boys were very first born. I was called off to do an episode of Kung Fu, also in the Garrowverse, which he was directing. I hadn't worked with Joe before, Joe Menendez, but he is incredible. And so apparently he told me that when he went in to meet with Alex, he said, you know who'd be great for this Josh character? And he was going to pit, and he was like, Josh Dean. And then Alex was like, yeah, that's who that is. That is that person. He was like, oh, okay, great. And so I don't know if that's apocryphal or not, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's really cool because this character of Josh that you play is an important character in the Ben and Hannah relationship because, you know, it's been 9 years for Hannah. So she met your character, got married, had a kid, and all this stuff. So what's it like to be like a third wheel, even though you're the husband when you're that character in this episode?
You know, it was really excellent. I previously had mostly played, you know, I mostly play kind of comedic foils or, you know, broader things. And this was such a straight character. It was really fun to get to just have a dramatic role to fill, you know, like a functional dramatic role. It was clear, like, and we had a lot of jokes obviously on set about that very thing, about like, you know, where they would be doing their scene and I would just wander in to be like, hey, what are you guys talking about? You know, that kind of thing. But they, it was really fun. I mean, it's such I'm sure that everybody who's ever been on here has told you that it is a pretty incredible, warm set. You know, Ray and Caitlin set such a great precedent of it just being a positive, prepared, professional place that it's it was an easy dynamic to get into, and so they welcomed me in, and so it was a lot of fun to get to be a third wheel, quite frankly. I like wrecking stuff up. That was great.
Now, I think it's funny your take on that, Albie, because when Josh came on screen for me, he was the grounding presence. I'll stop talking about you in the third person. Josh, when you came on the screen to me.
I actually prefer it. I only refer to myself in the third person.
But when you come on, I mean, we had basically a half an hour so far of like David, who is just like bonkers in this episode. He just never stops. And I mean, he does a great job with the character. And then all of a sudden, where in Hannah's environment, we don't even know it's hers yet, but you just serve as this grounding presence. And it's almost like the first real conversation that Ben is able to have in the entire episode is when you're patching him up.
Right.
So I felt like all of a sudden you come in and the episode feels a little bit more grounded, a little bit more focused.
Yeah, and that's interesting.
It's funny to me, based on your background, that they wrote this character for you.
Well, you know, I think maybe initially some of the intention was because, I mean, David Rogers, who plays my brother in this, you know, he is very funny. He is an incredibly funny guy, and I think maybe initially there was intended to be a lot more of this kind of bickering back and forth, arguing, and they wanted us to be able to improvise and riff back and forth, because obviously Ray's an incredible improviser too and very funny, and so I think that they were kind of good. Maybe that might have been in part of the initial planning, you know. I don't know that to be true necessarily. Alex didn't indicate that to me, but it just seemed like that, because I felt the same way. I was like, oh, this is a little bit different for me. You know, I have played some of these kinds of roles, but it's not my stock and trade. And I think as it went on, it became more necessary to do, as you say, to have somebody that makes the stakes higher for Hannah. You know, I spoke to Martin Garrow, the showrunner, and he had said, one part of casting me came down to wanting to make somebody who was the most likable person be in between them, so that Ben didn't feel like he could just, I wasn't the bad guy. They wanted it to be a little bit messier and a little more complicated. And so I think that's part of it too, is I generally play more, goofily charming people. And so I think that they wanted to bring someone who didn't just seem like a jerk in, and they could rely on me. At least I think they could rely on me for that.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that, because I feel like that's been a strength of this second season so far. Just a perfect example of that is Peter's character. And Caitlin and Peter together on screen are together because Tom isn't a jerk. And like in a lot of other shows, I think that they would posit it so that she's with somebody, but he's not as good as Ben. So it's easy to hate him, and you just set up like this straw man. Right. And I feel like they avoided it with Caitlin's character. Now they're avoiding it with Hannah's character. Yeah. By putting, you're so lovable right in the middle.
Yeah. Well, thank you so very much. And we've only known each other for a short time. Yes. I think that's just, I mentioned Alex Berger. I think that they've got such a great team of writers on, because it is so much more, it's not just the leap of the week, procedural kind of a thing. They're taking advantage of the fact that they have laid all this groundwork to give everything a lot more meaning, and I think that gives Ray more to play, it gives Caitlin more to play, and they're both able to do that too. They're also able to play a lot of levels at once, so you never feel like oh boy, Hannah's this terrible person for instantly being like, yeah, get out of here, Josh. Hey, Ben, get over here. And Ben isn't this terrible person for being in love with Hannah, because Hannah's great too. It's like everybody is multifaceted, and so I think that is a great strength of the show.
The writing and your casting for Josh was, I think, perfect in that, because you're an obvious obstacle between Ben and Hannah. But not once in the episode was I bumped by your character, or I didn't dislike your character at all. I was sympathetic, if anything.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. To feel sympathetic for, as you say, for the third wheel. We've seen Hannah at this point. This is the fourth time that she's popped up. Is that right?
About 5, 4, 5.
Yeah, because there's Diner, the
Diner,
college,
Princeton,
and then Egypt.
And Egypt.
Cairo.
This is the fourth.
This is the fourth time.
You're right.
Yeah.
So, and so we know her, and so one would think, oh, great, they're back together, and oh, great, so the fact that they were able to, in their writing and in Joe's directing, and they were able to make it. Even me, what essentially the obstacle, not be this like just that guy, like you can't. They built it very nicely so that everybody had something to play, and everybody felt real, and well, maybe David didn't feel especially real, but also too real in some ways. I talked to him. I was like, do you play a lot of sleazebags? And he's like, no, I never really play. I play people who talk fast, but I've never been like a sleazebag. I'm like, you're good at this. That was alarm. And then I realized that my watch and wallet were missing. But yeah, he is. Everybody had. Everybody belongs there. It's not just for their own reason, not just to serve a different purpose, which is a very generous thing for the writers to do.
That's really cool. We're talking about how generous they are, but then we get that horrible twist at the end. Well, I'm thinking maybe there's potential to see you again. I know that you probably can't talk about that, even if it is a thing, but did that blindside you?
It sure did. I was like, oh, I might be like, it's a show that, famously you can't really get a lot of recurring roles on if you're not a part of the main cast. And somehow Eliza figured out a way just by being great, I guess. And so she got to be Hannah. And I thought, oh, am I going to get to hitch my wagon to this? And then at the end, just in a Ziggy update, just like, ooh, I got slain. But also, that is what I had anticipated when I found out I was going to get to do it. I was just thrilled to get to be a part of it. I've seen every episode of it. So I was excited to get to be on camera, with those characters. I was kind of bummed because I hadn't died yet by the time I got to the very end, and then I was like, oh shoot, I did die.
Well, it's time travel. Assuming Ben keeps leaping forward, he still has that 18 month window.
He's got a window. Yeah, exactly. And so I was, and also it does make your job easier when you go on as a guest star. I learned doing this show, when you aren't also hoping to make a great impression on everybody, and you kind of feel like this pressure of like, gee, if I just do great enough, maybe they'll bring me back. And because I knew, well, I'm gonna die, so this isn't gonna be that's fine. So I could just be there and I found, just for my own personal experience, that it was just lovely to get to be, okay, I'm going, I get to do the job, I get to be grateful for that, and I just get to enjoy being with these people and being there without feeling this pressure, I think, that I would have otherwise put myself under, to like really sink the hooks in.
It really makes sense, since you are attached to the Hannah character, that they would have somebody in that spot that they trust if they ever needed you again, because it is time travel.
Sure.
And things happen.
Yes, it is.
You never know, because they can just call you up.
Yep. Oh, my phone's ringing now. Whoa, you are powerful. Jeez.
And you know what? Because we know this is how it works in TV, especially in Quantum Leap, when you're your own descendant or ancestor, you look exactly the same, and that kid has to grow up. That kid has to grow up. So,
well, I mean, we don't know. There might be another Ziggy update on the next episode. No, that's a little dark. But yes, exactly. That is a fact. That's how it works. You look the same except for the different haircut.
That's pretty much. So
it's a paradox.
It'll be Josh Dean as his son.
I would watch it. He would be right now 64. The kid, I think.
Okay, so if you're right. So they'd have to
age
go
up
back
a little bit,
20 years or so, or get a good makeup person, and that's
20 years in the past. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, you can make that happen.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about the filming. There was a moment. I have some silly questions. I always have silly questions, like things I think of while I'm watching the episode. One thing stuck out that I laughed a lot at was the between your character and your brother's character, the like awkward handshake hug part. And I was wondering if that was you, because in the Christmas Prince movie, there was also that part, like a similar part. So
that was not me. That was written in it. It is just such a funny idea when they finally get each other, and then just to show, like, I mean, it's never going to be chocolate and peanut butter here, but it is, it is still, they're trying, and it was something we were both very excited to do, and we though it never happened, I learned after that, like right after the shot, that Alex and Joe were like, okay, Alex, you go tell Josh to go in for the hug, and I'll go and tell David to go in for the handshake, like to give us different, like so that we would both really commit to going wrong.
That's perfect. I love it.
But we figured it out. We kind of did it naturally, so they didn't ever have to run in and tell and give us that. But yeah, no, that was in the script. I think it was just like awkward hug. Maybe it was awkward hug handshake kind of a thing. So it was pretty clear what we ought to do. We just got to work on it a little bit.
What was my other question? When have you seen the finished episode?
I have.
Okay. When Ben and Hannah are talking on the porch, and you hear your character and your brother's character, was that filmed like from earlier in that shot, or was that ADR? Because it just, the sound mix was perfect on that.
So that's very interesting. You should say that. So that good ear. That part of it was a pre-lap of what we shot inside at the dinner table. The argument about being a marksman, which is such a funny line. And but then they did have us in ADR do a couple of improvised things, not together, separately. I think David had come in and he did fired a few like one-line things, and then I did a few kind of responses. But that's Kevin Zimmerman and the team in the ADR side of things, and the sound mixers and everything. They're really incredible. And so yeah, that's all them just being really great at their job.
What was the feeling like on the set? Because the chemistry between all the actors was like perfect casting, and it was just like it just felt like you were all having a good time, even when you weren't like necessarily supposed to be having a good time.
We 100% were. We were it was. We had so much fun and laughed a lot, and I mean, even Connor, who played my son, even he was very like outgoing, and even just because we shot it way out in the country, outside of town, almost to, I don't know, like almost to Oxnard or something, which means nothing, I'm sure, to those of you who do not live in the greater California area. But it was a really long way away, and when you're out on location like that, the base camp is all set up someplace totally different, and everyone gets into vans when after you're in your hair and your makeup and your wardrobe, and you all ride together to the set, and so just even on those rides we would all be chatting, and Connor would be giving us questions about who could win, a zombie or a tiger, and like we're just getting into like really existential stuff. But everybody in the car, Ray would be the first person to be like, yeah, but it just depends, because he'd really get into the nitty gritty of it, and then you realize like, oh, if he's willing to play, then I think we can all. It's just going to be a fun time, and it really was. I've been so impressed with him from the very beginning of the show, because it's not an easy, it's just not an easy balance to hit, of being able to do like the very heartfelt, stuff like end of episode stuff, to be playing all the serious drama, to be playing action, and to be playing comedy, and all the time, and feel them all be connected in the same person. And he's just really great. And getting to see him on set, because I didn't get to spend very much time with Caitlin, just the way that they shoot it. We only, I think, had half a day on set together. That's why I'm speaking more on about him. But he's so focused. He's able to just goof around. He knows every single person, and he's friends with everybody, and he's in a non-cloying way. He's just like, it was just really lovely to be on a set like that, because they aren't all like that, and especially not when you're halfway through season 2, and so things are different than when it's your first big lead network thing, that maybe that could be just some excitement, but you realize you really get to know who the people are by later on down the line, when it becomes more of a grind and it becomes more of a routine. And he was still just always the most prepared and such a positive person, and so he set it up to be a very fun, playful place, and that I think makes everybody work better.
Were the interiors on the stage, or was that part of the location?
Part of the location, yeah. I think that it is this farmhouse that is essentially just used for set purposes, but it is like a working. I don't know if there was running water like inside of the house. Honestly, I didn't try. But yeah,
that'd be embarrassing.
But it is like it is workable inside and out. So yeah,
it just had that feel of not being on the stage. So I had to ask that. So how many days were you on the shoot?
I was only on the shoot for 3 days. And also some photo shoot on different days, wardrobe on different day, but 3 days of actual principal being on set and shooting.
What's that like going in with? I'm assuming you and Eliza did that photography together. On that
Yes,
day.
yes, we did. Yeah, that was the first time that we met. She's, she's just so easy to talk to and funny, and so we had a great, just like, hello, I'm your husband. Why, hello, I'm your wife, and then you just have a good, and then you're like, wow, we both look. I mean, it's the 70s, so no one's looking at their absolute best. She pulls it off a lot better than I do. I'm not gonna lie. That goatee, it's not the most flattering thing I've ever had, but yeah, it was really fun, and we in fact have kept in touch, and she also has a young son, and so we actually are planning a play date shortly.
Wow,
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, how nice.
Yeah, and you got the twins.
So,
is that why you wrote twins into the movie, or was that one of those mandates?
It is. It actually no. It was. That is what's crazy is when we were on the of Prince Christmas with the Prince 3. We were on the call with the production company when they were giving us the rundown, and this would be the twist. Is then it's twins. At that, we actually had to. We received results of our test that were saying, like, almost at the exact same time, yeah, and it seems based on these levels that you might have twins. It was like, wow, okay. It was very strange timing. Yeah.
Wow. Wait,
how old are they?
2 1/4.
Wow. So have you slept yet?
I know. I intend to do that later. I understand in 16, 17 years I might get a shot at a nap. Yeah, that the first, I wouldn't wish the first 6 months on anybody. But it's pretty great now, just because they run around and they're funny and cute and talk and stuff. Every morning it's just like, what new software update have you downloaded? Like, what are we talking here? What do we got? Oh, you can do that with your thumb now? That was not something you could do yesterday. Interesting. It shouldn't go there, but cool that you can do it.
It's the best. Every week there's something new. It's great.
How old is Serenity?
Serenity is 11. She was born in 2012.
Oh, wow. That's got to be so awesome though, because that is good. Like, I can show you all my movies that I love, and like, you might be interested in them. And like, that's pretty rad.
Yeah, she's at that stage where she wants to watch everything with me. So we're going through all the 80s movies and all the cool sci-fi shows. That's stuff like that.
Essential. It's an essential. My kids are just lucky that I'm super into Bluey. Always have been, always will be. John Hughes' best work.
You get into those Disney Junior shows, and you're doing the Mickey Mouse hot dog dance and all that stuff. It's a good life.
Yeah, it's I shudder to think, but I also look greatly forward to it.
Going back to Josh, the character in the Quantum Leap episode, did you have any thoughts about your character that maybe weren't in the script but helped you, like a backstory you made up for him?
No. No, I did not. That's right. Maybe bad acting, but I think because I come from an improv base, I feel like I am very instinctual. I didn't have formal training. I kind of learned how to do everything I do in front of a crowd, and so I think I almost don't trust too much preparation, because that can paint you into some corners on set when you get there and nobody else has thought that about you. You just kind of thought that might be something about your character. And so, not that I don't think that there's value in it, but it's just, wasn't part of my process with this character. Also, because I was like, it's pretty clear what my purpose is there, and I am familiar with the show, so I could kind of backfill some thoughts just because I'm familiar with the Hannah character.
So have you watched Quantum Leap?
I mean, I murdered 6 people, but that's besides it.
As long as you don't get caught.
That won't come out. They're buried in the farm somewhere.
It was in the 70s.
Pretty big
a
piece of
different
property,
time.
right? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. It was, everything's different back then.
It was a different time.
Yeah.
Okay. What in the scene where Hannah's handing Ben his jacket and you're staying back on the porch?
Yeah.
What was Josh thinking, and what were you thinking during those two times? That time, at the same time.
It's so hard to know where Josh ends and Josh begins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I definitely, every time that she would run up to me, I would always say, like, why were you talking to him for so long? You know, just as to see what her reaction would be as we walked in. Boy, you talked to that stranger for a long time. But Josh, the character, I think just trusts Hannah implicitly because she has been nothing but you know, this forthcoming as far as I knew, not having been a party to her Cairo times. But you know, so I don't think the character was suspicious. I think he just thought, like, oh, she's concerned about everybody. You know, she just is somebody who takes an interest in people. But I think as far as Josh the actor, I was thinking it's really, really cold, and I hope I don't trip going up the stairs. And then when I got to the part where I was just to stand still, I felt relief. And then I thought, what's a 70s way a guy would stand?
And it turned out it wasn't all that different, right?
It wasn't all that different, but a little different. A little more crotch forward than people stand now.
That was just the cut of the slacks.
It was, yes, yeah. They don't.
When I go back and watch it, that's what I'll be thinking about. I'm sure.
I wouldn't pause anywhere in that area.
Now we know from talking to writers, producers, and editors that a lot of these shows come in maybe 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long. Since you've seen the final cut, which is unusual for us when interviewing people that have actually seen the final cut besides us and other media, is there anything that you know that was shot or scripted that didn't make it into the final cut? As long as it doesn't contain spoilers, you know.
I would say nothing that of any of the things that I was involved in, no, other than like just cutting a line here or there for time. For the most part, I don't think that there was anything substantive that was removed. I'm trying to remember because it was probably 3-4 weeks ago that I saw it. So, and I haven't slept, as you know.
But it's true.
Yeah, I really don't think that there was. At this point in the cycle, I can't imagine that they are coming in that long. You know, things get down to a real, it becomes a real well-oiled machine, and so I in the room as well, and so I can't imagine that there's like, wow, we gotta cut this whole side thing with the dog, you know.
It was all those other errant lines from A Christmas Story. They just we had to get rid of those.
Snuck in, yeah. Why does he keep talking about Christmas and twins? It doesn't make sense. So I don't think so. I wish that there had been more time for me and David to riff and for me and Ray to riff, but on camera. But we did enough riffing in the barn where they had set up craft services, so we got our job done. You know.
The turnaround for these final 5 episodes is crazy because of the strikes, and coming back, and then I think they're finishing up the last episode 13 right now, if they haven't already, just recently. But what did you? Yeah. Was there like a sense of like urgency, or had to get it done quicker than normal because of the long break and coming back? Did you notice anything like that, or was it easy?
No, not particularly. In fact, because it was the first one back, it was fun because people were a little bit like, it felt like when in Jurassic Park, when everything still has like the packing peanuts in it, like there's like everybody was just like, right, okay, yeah. Right, this is how we do this, and so it didn't have that sense of. I think that it's really been more in post that will have been the bigger squeeze, because they're having to cut things, and cut the episodes together and get the scoring and all the ADR and everything together, and visual effects and stuff, and I think that's where the real crunch is probably being felt, especially for the first three, since I don't know. I mean, we finished shooting mid-December, I guess, and it's airing, in less than a month, and that's pretty tight for that sort of thing.
Yeah,
and
very.
It's going to be even tighter for the next couple. So, I think it's more a lot of that heavy lifting is being done probably in the writer's room at the start when the strike ended and everyone got back together and was like, okay, well, we have to shoot next week, so let's get an episode out there, and then in post, this is a real behind the scenes, a peek behind the scenes, but I know all about that post stuff because I am the loop group coordinator on the show. And so, Are you familiar? I presume you're familiar with the concept of a loop group. Are you?
Yes.
We have a lot of listeners that maybe aren't. So, would you mind giving us a brief description?
So, on the in the background of anytime there's a crowd scene or the police station or anything, or if there's anybody moving in the background, they can't actually make any noise or actually clap their hands or they all move their mouths, but it's all pretend because they can't, or it would interfere with the audio of the written lines. And so they forever there is a job called a looper who comes in in a session after the episode has been essentially cut together, and this group of union actors will improvise what is going on in the background, as well as providing things like the news report that comes on when they turn on the radio, or the play-by-play announcer that you hear at the bar, or the train announcement, or the clapping or the laughing, or any of the effort, any chase and fight scenes, things that sometimes as simple as like an exhale or a sip of water. These are all provided after the fact. And so that is what we do. So I actually am raised double in the recording booth.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is for the entire series, not just this episode?
That's right. Yeah, for the entire series.
How do you get something like that? I know we've been talking for a while now, but there's so many layers. It's just so fascinating.
Yeah.
All the crap you do, man.
Well, it comes from being a theater actor, and my wife also started in theater, and you have to be a jack of all trades in order to, make all the ends meet. And so that's how, we've always really expanded laterally as much as possible, so that if if there isn't a lot of heat on one thing, you can always go to the back burner. And then eventually, after you've been doing it for a long time, a lot of different things start kind of paying off at the same time. And that sort of feels like where we're at now, which is good timing when you have twins.
Yeah, I bet.
But so I've been looping since it all started, because it had been a minute since I'd had a job, and I was not going to get my union insurance. And Nathan Fillion said, "Oh, well, there's this job called looping, and you're an improviser, so you'd be good at that, and a voice actor. So that all seems like that'll make sense. I'll see if I can get you on Castle as one of the loopers." And so that's where I started way back when, and I've been doing it ever since, because again, it's a nice combination of skills I already had, and after you've been doing it a long time, and if you are lucky, you can sometimes have your own groups. And so we do a few shows. Yeah,
very cool.
So when you say loop group, so you have an ensemble that you direct for different things, or
not so much. It used to be that you'd have an ensemble, that you'd have like a cast of people that you always use. It's no longer the case, because it is a very it's a lucky job to get to be able to loop. And so nowadays, most of the times the jobs go to people that like know someone in the cast. The way that I started, I think everybody kind of started that way, in the cast or in production. And so and also the groups are much smaller now than they used to be. So there just aren't, generally it's like the coordinator and one person that they bring in, and then more often than not, it's other people, requested people to fill out the group, and who get good at it by just by practice.
Wow.
Is that a work at home thing?
Sometimes, most of the time it's in studio,
Okay.
but during the pandemic, it did shift to work at home. Yeah.
I had never heard of that before. Thank you for shining yet another light onto a corner of the industry that I had no idea existed.
Yeah, it's a fascinating job. But that's a talk about, and also to be good at it, you do a lot of research. So you have to know how they use police codes if you're doing police radios in NYPD versus upstate New York versus, you need to know ER, every real term and how to use all these terms if you want to be good at it, because you have to be able to answer to anything that somebody comes at you, and or how quantum computing works, for instance, and quantum physics that comes up sometimes.
Maybe.
Is there something you did as a part of the Loop group for Quantum Leap specifically that if we go back and know it's you, we'll definitely hear that it's you, like an announcement or something?
That's I mean, that's a really good question. I think that I was NASA in the, I think I was the mission control in that. I believe.
Very cool.
I don't remember because all the guys in the group did it, and so I think that I was the one chosen in the end. But it doesn't really. I don't really remember because I see it before. I don't watch it when it airs most of the time, and so yeah, which is fine because I'm not a Nielsen family. Do those even still exist?
I was one for a short time, but I just watched Star Trek and Firefly, so they didn't follow up.
Your box was revoked. Amazing.
So, Josh, you're going to be forever number one in our Nielsen book. We still use books here on the podcast. We don't have fancy boxes. And I just want to thank you so much. We don't want to overstay our welcome. I just want to ask you, by way of wrapping up, do you have any messages for the Leapers out there who are listening?
Bring them home.
well, then you've heard it. You've heard it here. Well, thank you, Josh Dean, so much for appearing with us on the Quantum Leap podcast.
Thanks for having me.
And we're back. Is it pronounced Caraway or Caraway? I've never heard it pronounced Caraway. Did I misread that? There was no subtitle.
Caraway.
I've never said that word in my life.
No.
I don't.
You never made rye bread, John? Even during the pandemic when everybody was making sourdough?
Not once.
Not once.
I don't follow the trends.
Brian?
No. Caraway.
Okay. I just found that weird.
Trends.
For me, it was just like a feudal data thing. I was like, Caraway? Okay.
I will tow your car away.
Maybe I misheard it. It's possible. Yeah, just I love this episode. If it wasn't for anything else except the Ben and Hannah, a little bit of unrequited love and just being together, but again, not being able to touch. Just like in season 1 where Ben and Addison couldn't touch. In this episode, Ben and Hannah couldn't touch because Josh is right there.
Yeah, Jeff came into the room. I didn't want to go down that route.
I didn't want the kid to see it.
Did Jeffrey see his mom trying to kiss Santa Claus there?
Looked like
a little. I think a little. He saw her standing too close.
Mm-hmm.
But then he got over it pretty quickly. Like, yeah, he went downstairs to shoot the teddy bears or whatever. So it didn't seem to have a lasting effect, but who knows with kids?
Yeah, even if they weren't
what he'll
kissing,
be revealing to the therapist 10 years from now.
That's a good point. Even if they weren't really kissing, they were way too close for just meeting.
For strangers, yeah.
Yeah, she had her hands on his shoulders, I think, something like that. So, and the look on Connor's face, Jeffrey's face, was just like, but maybe she knows her mom is polyamorous, so maybe he's just like, yeah, that's mom. She's always hugging and kissing everybody,
You know, we haven't really talked much about the leap itself yet.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think
Sure.
about Kevin? Every time they said Kevin, I was thinking Home Alone, just like you, Hayden. David Clayton Rogers. He was great in this episode. I think he really carried the episode. The humor and the confidence he had was amazing. And I think probably not counting the, Hannah realizing Ben was Ben at the dinner table scene, because that made me cry. But not counting that, I think the best scene shot in the episode was when Kevin is pouring out the diamonds out of the teddy bear and just telling a lie about how the head came off and he had to sew it back on and he had to fix it as diamonds are pouring out of the teddy bear's neck. I just absolutely love that part.
It does seem like a lot of the things that happened in his life that made him so jaded and radically selfish anyway were the consequences of his own actions. But
Yeah.
I also do have to respect someone who does constantly look out for numero uno. I do think that a lot of what he did say made sense. But then again, do look out for yourself, but don't do anything that's going to hurt anyone else in the process. So I think, you also have to deal with the consequences of your actions. So
I was a little surprised. Yes, I loved the performance. I thought it was great. I was a little surprised that they let him go at the end. Like, I figured he would get a deal. I figured he would, turn state's evidence or whatever and just rat out a bunch of people and, basically plea out and then maybe escape later. I was a little surprised that Ben just let him go. But it was fine, I guess. Turned out well.
I
Just a
actually
little
love that
surprising
ending.
because I didn't have a problem with it. It was just surprising to me because he's definitely a very bad person, and I was, but I guess not as bad as the other bad people. So he got his perfect happy ending.
Yeah, at least in the ending that Addison says that he donates some of the money to charity,
Right.
And
Yeah.
all that kind of thing.
That's
That's cool. I kept comparing him to the Diane Frost character in The Hunting We Will Go. I mean, it was so similar. They were both whiny and aggravating, and to Ben or to Sam, respectively. And I thought that was kind of funny. And with Kevin being a guy and Diane being a girl, and kind of role reversal, there was that. And then even with like the Piano Man reference with the bail bondsman, being a woman, and then Carl in Piano Man being the guy, they role reverse that too. So I kept comparing the two, but I really liked Kevin, and it just kind of reminded me of the original.
It's funny, Brian. The one that it seemed the most like was Her Charm, where the guy was helping the woman in witness protection, but it was really his boss that was actually sending the assassins to go and kill her. I mean,
that's true.
That's the thing. I've seen this episode done 3 more times in Quantum Leap already and done better.
Mhm.
That's why I'm a bit jaded about this episode. It
I
really
gotcha.
felt like an AI had just watched those few episodes and been given the basic synopsis of what's going on so far and spat out the episode as a script.
Mhm.
That's really what it felt like to me. So, yeah, I think that a lot of those tropes have been done to death. I want to see something more original for the next episode.
What else could they done to have this story yet him not be a bounty hunter and a criminal?
Yeah, it could have been that Kevin had been sending out the bears with the diamonds in them anyway, and still ended up at his brother's place. It still could have been that it had been one of their bosses that they'd stolen some money off. It didn't have to be, the bail bondsman doing that. I think there's ways it could have been done with virtually the same story elements, but not have it be, a bounty hunter whose boss is also trying to kill the mark. So,
This just occurred to me. Like, there was a lot of people watching this show who maybe haven't seen every episode of the original. So it's recycled to you, but it's new to them.
Yeah, well, that is true. I was also thinking too, back to what you were saying, Albie, it would have been interesting if, say, this person that Ben had leapt into was like a protege of Kevin, and he wanted to learn more about the radically selfish phenomenon that he's come up with, and that could be a more organic way also of trying to incorporate this ethos that they were talking about at length. I think there are better ways that it could have been done, really. But yeah, you are right, John. We're critics who are looking at this from the point of view of people who have watched the entire original series and now this new series as well. But you're right, new people wouldn't have seen these story elements before and are probably more entertained with it than I was.
I think for me, I enjoyed the road trip, the planes, trains, and automobiles again aspect of it. I saw Kevin as Midnight Run, almost a positive character, because he was a silly criminal. He wasn't a violent criminal. He wasn't murdering people, and things like that. Yes, he was doing bad things, but he was stealing teddy bears, and laundering diamonds, different things.
Yeah. Shot that lady in the eye.
Yeah, well,
you didn't have to shoot her in the eye.
I can't wait to turn the brightness up on that and see what that looked like. I don't know. It was pretty.
He just wants to sleep in his silk sheets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw him as kind of like an Okana character, like the outrageous Okana. Just like a lovable criminal, maybe. But I can't really.
It seems like a lot of his crimes, he's just trying to do victimless crimes, just to get himself ahead, right. But he doesn't really want to hurt anyone else in the process.
I think that's what
he's stealing, but he's still bad guys. So
yeah. So I like that he was let go at the end, and I love the jokes throughout the whole thing. It was like a comedy episode, a lot of it. I like the jokes where he was asking, "Is this car spoken for?" before he took it and stuff like that, and Ben was like, "You better get out of here." Different things. But I really thought it was funny. Just that one scene, especially pouring out the diamonds and totally lying right to their face, obviously lying. So, but I think it's one of those things where hurt people hurt people. So he was a foster child in and out of foster care, and apparently nobody took him. He was never adopted out. They mentioned that they were fending for themselves at one point, and they had to steal food to survive. So. Hurt people. And he went through a lot of trauma, I'm sure. And he was just reacting to it the way he was reacting to it. So I like that he had a happy ending and like a change of his ways at the end. So it was like a little redemption arc for him.
Yeah. I did like the trap that they set for the bounty hunter and her cronies, putting water all over the floor and then electrifying it to electrocute everyone. Felt a bit like the Hunger Games, actually, because I remember in one of the ways that someone won the Hunger Games was they got all the wire from a lot of the electrics in the arena and set them up as traps and managed to electrocute like 6 people all at once and win the games that way. So it did kind of feel like Quantum Leap does Home Alone crossed with the Hunger Games, which I actually was amused by. I'll give you that. Yeah. So it was interesting seeing the sciencey aspects of that as well, using the rock salt in the water to help to make it a better conductor of electricity. Yeah, I do like when they bring some good science in, help educate the viewers a little bit too.
I completely missed the Kevin thing until they came up with it. Have you ever heard of a snap trap? And that's like, oh, Kevin, all right. Like I don't know if I was supposed. I mean, I guess it would. I don't know, whatever. But watching it the second time, okay. So after they said that, after they did their, I think of it as an 18 montage where they're setting up the trap. I am waiting for someone to scream Kevin, and I don't think anybody did. So, but on the rewatch, Ben screams it when he's trapped in the car. Kevin. Yeah. So that, like, in my head, it's still, it works. It works as a loop.
Yeah, totally a Home Alone trap, and it's Kevin. I think that was intentional. Alex Berger wrote this. I don't know yet because I haven't seen the interview. But there's also the A Christmas Story references, quite a few. So maybe they're fans of Christmas movies. So you have A Christmas Story and you have Home Alone. Those are two of the top 5 probably. And like when Ben and Hannah were working together and doing their science and Kevin was just calling out, didn't you guys just meet? Do you guys know each other? I just thought that was so great. The whole process. Good. And I love the excitement about science. And I was like, before they said the rock salt, I was like, salt. Like I said it out loud because, Mareni's there, me and her, and we love science, different things. We're watching it. I was like, salt. And then they were like, rock salt. I was like, yes. Because I knew like distilled water, you could submerge your computer in distilled water. There's no salt. It's non-conductive. It wouldn't short out, different things.
Gotta ionize the water. Yeah.
Say that again?
I said, yeah, you gotta ionize the water.
Exactly.
So on the second viewing, so they're doing the back and forth. They finish each other's sentences, and Addison's right there, and she's seeing this, but you don't really get to see her face. Like the camera pans past her, and she watches it, but you don't see like her reaction. And I would have. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily something that they needed to have done, but I would have been curious to see, because she would, I won't say never had that, but I would imagine that kind of back and forth was rare with her because they didn't share that love of science in that way. So this is a way that, Hannah's just legitimately a better match than she was for Ben. And I would have liked to have seen how that read on her face.
I can't think of a moment.
Next time you interview her, ask her how she played it.
I can't think of a moment when Ben and Addison had that kind of chemistry, because Addison's like, let's shoot him. And then Ben's like, no, let's science him. So, yeah, definitely.
I liked something at the project. We haven't really talked much about any of the other characters besides Hannah, Ben, and Addison, but I liked a little conversation between Ian and Jen. I think they were talking about, I can't remember what they were called, but like the middleman that a criminal has to have. And Ian's like,
fix it. A guy.
Everybody's got a fence, right? Maybe that's United States.
Yeah.
We all got fences.
I got a guy.
Yeah. Got a guy.
And Ian's like,
I got a guy.
I'm not telling you. I just thought that was really cute. And it did make me think, part of the reason they've probably included that is maybe there's a fence at Project Quantum Leap. Maybe there is someone who's there doing, something that they shouldn't be on behalf of someone else. So maybe the people that created the chip, perhaps. I don't know, but I don't think that they'd include something that seems so minor unless it's supposed to go somewhere. So it'll be interesting to see.
I just saw it as Ian and Jen banter. I love any Ian and Jen banter. Ian was looking good in this episode. If you want to check out the details, go to Al's Place, Quantum Leap Al's Place.
Yep, quantumleap-alsplace.com.
Yep, for a detailed list of all of Ian's outfits. And I just thought that was great to have them, even if it was for a couple minutes chatting, because that's one of my highlights of the week.
I like the banter where Ian just gave like a very quick summary of the entire relationship, and Jen was like, "Yeah, well, I haven't been through that exact same situation, but there was this one time," and she got cut off. I was like,
Hold that thought.
What about the story?
Yeah. Well, I said out loud at band camp because you have to say at band camp, right?
Right. Yeah. It was understood.
All right, so we've talked about most of this episode. We definitely talked a lot about David Clayton Rogers. I want to go to his interview. It was a great time. We got to interview David, good guy, and let's just go to that now. Hello, Leapers, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap Podcast. I'm Albie, and with me today is Chris. And we are very fortunate to have, he played Kevin Zat in the 9th episode of Season 2 of Quantum Leap, off the cuff. He is David Clayton Rogers. How you doing, David?
I'm very fortunate to be here. I'm really excited to talk about it with you guys. I have seen a ton of the original series, and I've watched all of season 1. I'm kind of waiting to binge season 2. But I don't know if a guest star spends more time with, with the leaper than a guy who's handcuffed to him. So,
yeah. That's got to be some kind of record, I think. You were with him in every scene, pretty much.
Yeah. And in breaks too, between scenes too, where the, props would be like, do you guys want to take the handcuffs off? And I was like, no, Ray's awesome. I'm good. Ray was like, yeah, you can take it off. Please take it off. We can David, it's okay. We can take a break. We don't need to wear it all the
time. Joe, the director, was talking about different pairs of handcuffs and different types and bruises. And what was that like, just being handcuffed for 7 days, 8 days?
Yeah, it was 8 days, and and you jump right into it. It's a funny thing being a guest star where you come in and brand new and you're so excited to be there, but you also know that someone else was there the day before and was like the new best friend. And it's a weird, and then at the end of 8 days, if you're fortunate to be there for every day of production, you're gone. It's a weird thing, but also I know that for this show in particular, Ray has sort of the same experience, a flip side version of it, the same experience with these new actors coming in all the time. But yeah, there's nothing like being physically changed to somebody within, 7 minutes of meeting them to like really force a bond.
It's funny because it's keeping up a grand Quantum Leap tradition from the classic series. I think there are 2 episodes where Sam spends the entire episode cuffed to somebody, or for the majority anyway. I'm thinking, there's one called Unchained where he's on a chain gang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then there's an episode called Hunting We Will Go, which this episode reminded me so much of A Hunting We Will Go. And he's a bounty hunter. And he's handcuffed to Jane Sibbett the entire episode, or most of the episode.
Oh, great!
So,
I don't remember.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing when you come into a show, and sometimes it's like, there's a romance scene right from the get go. But this was the first time that I've come into a show and just been handcuffed to somebody the entire time. And they did have different versions. There's a handcuff with some moleskin on the inside. There's a handcuff that opens on its own, but for the most part, Ray was like, the real ones just work better, right? I was like, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Let's do this with the real handcuffs on. Yeah, great. Good idea.
I have to say, your comic timing and delivery of your lines in this episode were outstanding. Did you get started as a comedian or just comic acting, improv? How did you get started in the business?
I did. I had one of those high school experiences that seems to not really exist in real life, where like I played sports and then I did theater as well. And in the spring, I'd go do a play and be like, oh, we need some like big guys to play the guards in this Shakespearean piece. Let me go get the linemen from the football team. And so it was sort of like it was a good melting pot, and it was the sort of setup where, of course, you had to audition for things, but if you wanted to participate, you could participate. And so I brought some people over to the theater because of that. And I think I'd started doing theater in the first place just because I'd always enjoyed a drama class. Oh, also, I did track one year in the spring. I was like, I'm slow. So I need something else to do next year. So auditioned for a play and just loved it. And then as life went on, just, more and more of that. Went to college, did a ton of theater in college, and then moved to New York and was doing some really awful East Village theater within like a month of landing there.
Mm-hmm.
So it just sort of, it progressed naturally. I've always loved it.
TV roles and movie roles. How does that go from one to the other?
I think you get a lot of one and then it goes to the other. So I'm still waiting for that. I did. Theater's the love, because you get to really play out a scene and there's like a danger to it. And even if you're doing a play, even if you're doing 60 productions of something, it's still a little different, hopefully a little different every single time you do it. And so I was in New York doing this theater, and sometimes it was good, and sometimes it led to the breaking up of the theater company. It was sometimes there were 8 people on stage and 4 in the audience, and maybe one guy lived in this theater. But eventually I moved to LA to try and make money so I could pay for theater, basically. And I landed and kept getting, I had some good dramatic roles, but a lot of the auditions were always for like the young JFK Jr. type or something. And there's something internally that's just a little too squirrely for that character. And so like I would land in between parts, or I would get a part similar to the part on Quantum Leap where, like he can't stop talking. He's smart, he's comedic, but he also has like a deep, heartfelt something going on. And those were the ones that like kept popping up, be it in a Hallmark movie that was trying to push the envelope and be a little more serious. Mm-hmm. Or be it in, something like this Quantum Leap episode. So there's not been like a straight comedy or drama trajectory. It's more like the through line has been this kind of character, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, I was thinking of Every Other Holiday when I was talking about the movies. That was a good one. I like those kind of.
No way you watched that like on
Hallmark
your own.
style movies.
That was like.
I try to binge holiday movies around the holiday.
That's good. Well, and I shouldn't have said that. There's a whole cadre of people who are like, yeah, I watched that movie. I watch it like 4 times every Christmas. But exactly. That was one where it was like, it was a Hallmark movie, but it was a little off kilter, or it was trying to be a Hallmark movie, but it was, but everyone involved was like, what if we made it like good? And that's nothing against Hallmark movies. That I would love to be in that like food chain. It's fantastic. But from the DP to the director to the writer to everyone working on it, they're like, what if it just had a little more edge? What if it was? And I think, my getting cast is also that. Like there's something, I say squirrely. Other people have had kinder words for it, but it's where I get to play a little bit of the bad guy. But yeah, Every Other Holiday was a blast. The number 2 at my son's school, and I live in LA, there are plenty of celebs going through all of the schools, and the number 2 at my son's school, after we'd been there for about a month, pulled me aside and she was like, I never do this, but you're absolutely one of my favorite actors. And I was like, it's that one episode of Gilmore Girls, right? And she's like, no, I haven't actually watched that, but Every Other Holiday. She's like, it's literally my favorite movie. So that's great. I've had a journeyman career, but I've landed in some moments that have been really, really gratifying.
Those Hallmark type movies, it's a whole genre and a whole feeling. So around that time of the year, it's just great to have them on. And, there's even a cruise of people that go every year off, not even on Christmas, just that love the Hallmark style Christmas movies, It's
really?
A big fan unit. Yeah. It's kind of almost like sci-fi fans almost, that many people like it. Yeah. So it's good work. It's good work. Yeah. So I could see somebody stopping you and saying that. Absolutely. So
but even then, it's sort of we're the fringe Hallmark movie a little bit.
I do love Gilmore Girls, though. I gotta admit,
that's been a fun one. That I did an episode of Gilmore Girls, I don't know, 20 plus years ago. And I'll be in the most random place, and somebody would be like, "You look like this guy who took Rory on a date." Like, I did.
And that was your job. That's a great job to have.
Oh, it's great. And that was one where she was awesome. I loved working with her. She was so cool and so cute and so smart. And so that's one of those where I'm in an episode and I'm really just at dinner with her, getting to hang out and try and make her laugh, which was like, what a great job this is. Also, I applied to Yale and I did not get in. And so they had rebuilt the Yale campus, and they'd rebuilt some rooms like to spec. So I actually got to, I got to go to Yale for a week, which was great.
It's great. Yeah, that's a great show. If you haven't watched it, Chris, that's worth a binge.
I have not, so I'm going to put it on my list, but I'm going to put David's episode on first, even if it spoils
absolutely.
Previous seasons.
I don't think
David, you're worth
it. You can jump in there anywhere. It's a pretty rabid fan base. I mean, similar to, I want to turn a little bit to the quantum world. I mean, I've heard people say rabid fan base, but that feels like it applies to a show like Gilmore Girls or something. Quantum Leap, I feel like, is just there's something about the show that like rabid doesn't feel right. More like dedicated fan base, or like deep fan, or like heartfelt fan base, or something like that. I loved it so much, like so much. And so when it got rebooted, it was one of the rare times where something gets another go, or gets reimagined, and I'm not like, do we not have any original ideas? That was one. I didn't know it was happening, and I drove by and saw, Ray jumping on a bus stop. Like,
yeah.
It's back. It's incredible.
So what was it feeling like when you got the part on Quantum Leap to actually be on the show?
It was great. It was one of the rare instances where it was an offer, and that just feels good regardless. If someone's like, I have a 1-day offer for you to take out my trash because we're out of town, I'm like, totally. I don't have to audition for it. But so it was that's great. I had auditioned for it previously, and I'd worked with Martin previously on Blind Spot. And so after the strike, I had auditioned for the pilot, for the space pilot, shuttle pilot. And then after the strike ended, it was just like, all right, it's firing back up. Let's hope something happens. And got like a weekend phone call of like, hey, you want to do Quantum Leap? Yes, I do. And then they started telling me about the part. I was like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, whatever. Great. I live like 8 minutes away from the studio. I was like, I can come do a fitting right now. My manager was like, it's 11 a.m. on a Sunday. I was like, still, I'm in. So I was super delighted. A really fun thing as a fan of the show, I think there are a lot of things. Seeing Ray in it, that to who's going to replace Scott is like that's a mega feat, and you just have to have somebody who is so likable and so talented and can really, like, an actor inside an actor. And so that was a really fun thing to see, like, from watching the pilot, to see like, oh, I think they got the guy. I think they got the right guy, because I would love for it just to pick up with, where's Sam now? But obviously they didn't do that. So in reimagining it, who's going to be your new leaper? And you've got to find somebody that has that same or a similar sense of likability. And I think that Ray has that. And then I also think I'm just talking here. There was a question, 9 minutes ago, but
oh, we love it.
For anyone who's listening, I had some technical difficulty signing on. Both kids came in at one point. I'm in the garage. I'm using the hotspot from my phone. So really, I'm going to talk until these guys cut me off.
We've done 5-hour podcasts before, just so you know.
Yeah. Albie is just like, we've done 5-hour podcasts before. Albie is just like, challenge accepted.
Good. Well, so in that case, I'm going to talk until my wife comes in and is like, are you still on this? But another thing that I really love about the sequel version of it is that you have the episodic, a leap each episode, or sort of, special episodes accepted. But then also you have that, like, I say that Martin thing just because I saw some of it on blind spot as well, but like the larger puzzle serialization is a lot of fun too. And that, for me at least, I imagine there's some people who want it to be just the same, but I thought that was sort of a cool new version of it that could still stay true to the original.
This episode is like a fun road trip, like Midnight Run, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. You know, is that different than, say, filming, you know, like a procedural crime drama where you're mostly standing sets or something? Just being on location so much and all the action.
Well, I mean, I alluded earlier, it's been a journeyman career. It's like I've been in it for a long time, but like enough to get health insurance every year. Some years just barely. But there's a beautiful thing. My wife was on a show for 6 years called Army Wives, and in that time, I was doing pilots and I was doing guest spots or like a recurring arc, and she loved that show and she loved being on it, but I got to have so much fun because like I'm the guy who shows up and is like a pain in the ass as a jury member in the courtroom. Whereas, you know, the number 6 on the call sheet has a parking space right out front and a Maserati in it. But in that episode, he just gets to say like 7 sentences. And most of them are like, wait a minute. And he gets to say like versions of that 7 times. So like a guest spot is almost always fun. A lot of the time I'm there just going, I couldn't have killed her. I loved her. And you know, like that, I've said almost that line on maybe 4 or 5 different things. But every now and then you get one that's just a blast. And this one, yeah, it's always fun being a guest star. This in particular was incredible. And the like from day one being on the 70s set, on the Universal lot, like right on the town green under the clock tower, and they've turned it into the 70s was, yeah, that's kind of that takes me back to being a kid and like seeing a play in a theater and then like walking backstage and seeing the sets and being like, it's a castle, but on the back, it's just plywood. Like that, jumping into that 70s, elaborate 70s set with all these incredible extras, who like were perfect casting for like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but man, you look just like the guy who would be spending the whole day under the car changing the oil pan. Like it's incredible. And particularly after the strike, to come back into such a fully realized world was so much fun. So much fun.
Well, you know, coming off of that, we know that you guys were forced to really hit the ground running. You said you got a weekend phone call right after the strike ended. And I'm curious to know, since it was a little bit of a rush job for you guys to get back into production, when you got on set, were there any unexpected challenges or surprises that you hadn't anticipated?
Shockingly, no. It's one of the best sets I've ever been on. I would couch it and say if it weren't, but there really weren't. I mean, it was stunning. Everyone was so appreciative, I think, to be back at work, for starters. But it also seems like that's the way this set goes. Like everyone's loving it. Everyone loves the gig, loves being with everybody. I was there the first day that Ray saw Mason like walking around, and the two of them ran to each other like the way my 5-year-old daughter runs to a friend, you know, when she sees him on Monday morning at preschool. Like they were giddy excited to see each other. And like everyone, the costumes crew is just like laughing the whole time. Everyone, the sets were unbelievable. The props people, the producers and writers, phenomenal. I'm generally a positive person, but this was like 10 out of 10, 20 out of 10. And so, no, there really weren't any hiccups that I saw. Yeah.
And it wasn't like that didn't necessarily mean like bad things. I mean, maybe positive things as well that just surprised you getting on, because it's such a dynamic episode. And it's funny. I asked this because when you see the episode, it seems fairly straightforward, but we were talking to Joe, the director, Joe Menendez, and you know, as he was breaking down the scenes when we were doing the commentary, I realized just how much movement is there and so much going into every scene. So I have I think more of an appreciation for all of the stuff that you guys have to keep in mind when you're doing what looks like a deceptively simple scene.
Right.
So especially since you had to be in the car is flipping over, you know, you have all the location. Even things like that, even if not necessarily negative, but just the frenetic pace has got to be something.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's testament to, it's hard to pull it off. It's really hard to pull off. It's hard to pull off anything. I directed a short film 15 years ago, and as soon as I'm finished editing it, I'll let you know. It's sort of like, you know, everyone should try and wear everybody's hat a little bit. And then you see, oh my God, that job's actually really, really difficult. Not getting clothes to scratch against the microphone. Like, it's incredibly difficult to get good sound on a set, and bad sound ruins it, you know? So like everybody's job, everyone's got to be a pro, and really they killed it. And yeah, Joe was amazing. On day one, an hour into it, he's talking about a scene, and he had like a little chain around his neck with a little ring that was holding his sunglasses, and he had glasses and then sunglasses, and he would swap between. He's talking about it, and the glasses flew out, hit the ground, and exploded in a way that I've never seen anything explode that didn't have a squib attached to it. And it happened like right there as he's talking about the scene. He's so animated, fell, and they like truly like exploded. You're not fixing those. They fell in a way that like it doesn't make sense. Props came up and actually had another pair of glasses like those in the sunglasses kit, and was like, "Do you want these?" And he was like, "How do you have that?" It's what we have. We happen to have those. So like the Joe getting into it, the breaking of the glasses, the quick replacement. All right, let's keep moving. That was the vibe for the whole time. And it required that because the writer Alex, who was awesome, he said that basically Martin was like, "Yeah, you want to do that? You want to do that? But what about if you flooded the basement?" And he's like, "I can also flood the basement where the fight's going to be." That like add everything, add all the stuff. So even something like me being chained to a toilet and trying to pull it off, when there's a camera behind it, that toilet's not attached to anything. So I have to be pretending. I have to be like faking. If I actually pull it, the whole thing's going to fall apart. So like you have to be faking it. And that's just for the gag of the handcuffs on the toilet. So you take that to everything else, the car flipping over, the explosion of the car with us running away and diving with the real explosion happening behind us. That's real. They might have sweetened it with a little bit of CGI. I don't even know if they did. I saw the playback and they didn't need to, but like, that's real. The teams that pulled all of this stuff off, it was incredible. All the way down to the guy who was there at lunch a few of the days, who was just like flipping out about his organic vegan stuff. The guy making avocado toast on the first day there, and he was only there a few of the days, but like his level of excitement over the avocado toast was like, yeah, of course you're on this show. Everyone here is so fired up and is just killing it.
That's funny. I would encourage all of the listeners who are listening to this interview on the main podcast to go over to the YouTube channel and watch the director's commentary that we've done with Joe Menendez, because he was talking about that scene in particular with the car blowing up. Correct me if my memory is wrong. I think he said you guys were able to get that in one take. Yeah. And I was thinking, you better get it in one take. You're going to blow up a car twice.
Well, and that's also that's like basically out in the wild. So they're hosing down all of the plants within the like fallout radius. Yeah, the amount of work that went into that, crazy. And we rehearsed the actual moment a ton of times before we really did it live. But yeah, I have not been on a ton of things where you do it once and it works. Yeah, so no, I would strongly encourage people to go watch Joe's commentary. I want to watch it with Joe's commentary. He was awesome. He was really awesome. And it's also easy for me to say everything went great because, you know, I show up and I do the thing. But no, for Joe, for the first AD, for the producers, all of the things to be lined up and in place. It's not even a Herculean feat. It's like juggling, you know, or juggling kittens. It's like herding kittens meets juggling. Like I can't imagine the logistics to pull the whole thing off, and yet they did. And we finished most days on time.
Wow. What is that day like where you have the explosion behind you and you're diving and running away? I mean, I'd have to imagine that's most of a day because of safety, and then you're doing a stunt. Are you padded up? Did you rehearse it, you know, at a different time, or was it just like, this is what you're doing today? It
was only part of the day.
Wow.
It's the sort of thing that on a movie, that would be the day. The rehearsal would be a day in itself. And then the actual stunt would probably be a whole day. And no, this was just a part of it. Like we finished another huge scene. Maybe there was a long walk down the road talking. I feel like that was before. It was either before or after, but yeah, that stunt was just part of it. And filming the inside of that scene, inside as we climb out. Yeah, that was just a bit of the day. And then they had a second unit there with the exec producer, Chris Grismer, sort of leading that crew, with stunt guys doing the car chase. So as we're doing that stunt, there is also another stunt unit doing this. And yeah, that was just can't remember the order of things, but I think that was just, you know, that was the before lunch part of the day.
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
Wow.
And you think about this show that every episode is a new set, a new wardrobe, a new, like, try and recreate a time period, try and recreate, you know, be it a space shuttle, be it a boxing ring. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
There's this quality about people that are coming from the other shows in the Garrowverse, like Blind Spot, and I think most notably, besides your role in this episode and Josh's, is maybe the first episode of season 2. This took too long, where I think almost everyone in it was from Blind Spot, and there's just this like confidence and it's hard to describe, but like a snarky comedy timing. It's just all perfect. And it's that attitude. And I really love that about your character in this episode. And I think my favorite scene in the episode, I've said it a few times now, people will hear it watching this, but when your character is pouring the diamonds out of the teddy bear and lying about it straight to the other people's face, it's just hilarious. What was filming of that scene like? Was that in the script, the direction, a combination of all of it? Your input?
That was in the script. And then, you know, where we only got one take of the exploding car, we were all trying to figure out what's the funniest moment for the diamonds to fall. And so like, that's a blast. There's something almost like theatrical about that, of getting to, we're doing it live. There's another character in this moment, and it's the sound of diamonds falling on things and pouring out, you know, and when's the right time for that character to enter? And it's fun to have an instinct and then to try something else and go back. No, the instinct was right. And then camera adjusts a little bit. Now, because of that, maybe the turnaround is a little different, and it's a real collaborative with everybody, trying to find like the right moment for a joke to land. It's a little bit like hearing a stand-up talk about preparing an hour of material, that it takes a year and it takes 100 shows to try it out. And that joke finally worked. Okay, so it's this. That gag with those diamonds falling out, there were a few good versions, or a few different funny versions, but then there was a moment where we were all like, oh no, that's it. That's where the joke is. And it was a lot of fun working with Joe and working with Alex and working with everybody to find exactly those beats. And it's a lot of fun when you're all right there, right at the beginning. There were some beats where the comedy was obvious, and then we're like, let's try another take. And then we try something else, and we're all like, no, that was not funny. Let's go back to that thing we did initially that made us laugh. It's a little bit of it's jamming in a really weird jazz band, but yeah.
Yeah, that kind of speaks to a question that I was going to ask, and I think you pretty much answered it. But the character that you had could be so radically unlikable if it had been delivered in a different way. And you have this wonderful patter, this wonderful just this way about you with the character. I know it all starts on the page with the script, but then how much do you bring to that to sort of bring it to life, where you thread that needle where this is not just some jerk that we're forced to endure for an hour, but someone we're laughing with. Because I think that was such a strength of the episode was from right out of the gate, you're hilarious. So I don't mean to gush, but it was just a lot of fun to watch. So I got to think that's as hard to pull off as all of the choreographed movements and all the set pieces and everything.
I almost the opposite was harder. I needed to be, because it was, I got Midnight Run immediately. I read the first page and was like, oh, Midnight Run. And Charles Grodin is so grumpy just that whole time, and just has this whole distaste for all of it. But you still like him the whole time. But if that grumpy isn't in there, then you don't get the like him in spite of. And so you need the in spite of. And I read it and I thought it was so fun. I had to make sure he wasn't too likable in a way. And again, the script does it. The script does 99% of it. If I show up and trust the script, it's going to work. But yeah, it was more so that Ray kept trying to find the good in this guy, which in most episodes is pretty easy. It's usually right there. For him to keep trying to find the good, and this guy to continually be like, no, that's not it. Keep looking. I had to make sure that was there, and that he wasn't actually so super likable, that you still felt this this guy sucks, but I like him. You got to have this guy sucks first for the other part to work.
You and Josh had great chemistry in the episode, Josh Dean. What was it like working together, you two?
I want a spin-off show about our relationship. Like that, that was one that was tough not to just be like improv, batting it back and forth all the time. And there would be some moments where it's like, oh, we're about to roll. Oh, okay, sorry. I hate you. Okay, all right, let's do that. We were having a blast. I texted him a couple days ago I said, let's just cut to the chase. Like, how do we become best friends? Like, should we go get a coffee or something? And he hasn't responded. So I think I'm just gonna have to, is that too forward? Sorry. Let me dial it back. How do we hang out a little bit more? But yeah, we had a blast. He was awesome. And I had spoken about his character. My character in Blind Spot spoke about his character and kind of talked trash about him. So that was nice to have a fictitious history of talking trash about somebody before they before you actually meet them. It's just sort of, that's a nice way to break the ice. But yeah, he is a rare improv comedic beast. I mean, he's just, yeah, he's always ready for the yes and, and that was a blast.
I definitely felt that in the scene where you were like hugging, shaking hands at the end. That was really good.
Yeah, I want to see what the finished version looks like, because there were a ton of alts of that scene, of a few scenes, but like that scene in particular of like what our conversation is. It probably didn't make it, or you can tell me, but what our conversation is before he comes out of like
brick of hashish, I think, something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, so, there was a lot of good stuff. I don't know if this is going to come through over the camera, but I really like ribbing him about his outfit. And so I made this. There's no way this is going to come through. I made this as a fake album cover.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Can you read it?
Yeah.
Mr. Belvedere's
lament.
There was a moment where him sitting in that farmhouse in all of that period clothing was like, "Oh, you're Mr. Belvedere." That's it. I've been waiting to put. Yeah, that's it.
Working with Connor, working with a kid.
He was great. Kid actors are awesome, and my daughter asked some sort of circuitous questions the other day about how is a TV show made. She's watching a show, Ricky, Mickey, Vicky, and Dawn right now, and there's some kids around her age on it. So she was asking like, how does that get made? And I was like, no. If she really expressed an interest, I would help her get into it. But I think being a kid actor is a tough gig, and Connor was great. Like he's having the best time, and I think that's important. Like to be there and be to be mature enough to do the work, but also be kid enough to eat mostly ice cream at lunch. It's like it's very important, because these kids are sort of missing a typical childhood, and so I loved him, and he's such he has such a great child energy, and yet can get ready when it's time to do the work. That was really great. I made the mistake of showing him a magic trick, and then he's like, "You teach me everything you know." And so that was like that took up like a whole day, and I was like, "All right, I'm just gonna go get some water." He's like, "Wait, but where is the card the whole time?" I'm like, "Okay, all right, here, you gotta do this." But yeah, I really enjoyed working with him too.
That's awesome. That's the perfect age to learn magic. I think 10. Yeah.
Oh, totally.
That's pretty cool.
Totally. It hooked me at that age.
Mm-hmm. Same. We got to talk about the action at the end of the episode in the wet basement, and the fight scene, and the BB gun. Talk us through that day of filming. You're standing in water for how long? It's crazy.
That was a long one. And I just got my feet wet. And for the most part, I jump up on the weight bench and I'm watching them. And there's a pass where it's a close-up pass for my reactions, but they're still doing the action because one camera's getting them from another angle. Easiest acting ever. And the stunt people were phenomenal. The primary cast was phenomenal. They're all really going for it. even if you're inside and like it's temperature regulated, it's freezing. And I had these leather loafers that I can't remember the make of them, but they kept the water out for like an hour. And it's definitely not the intention of those loafers. So not only was I not getting wet, my feet weren't even wet for like the first hour of full submersion right up to the edge of this loafer. And so, you know, between takes, they're like giving the like diving coats and people are like shivering and then steeling themselves to like do another take. And I'm just up on the weight bench going like, this is great. That was a great punch. That was, oh, man. Oh, she kicked him. Oh, yeah, that was awesome. It's great to be in a scene where you can actually just react to what's going on.
Cool. That was one of the more elaborate things that, because it goes by so quickly because it's so masterfully edited that you don't realize how many moving parts there are. And just the fact that you're able to hit your marks with everything that was going on, the way you came in with that BB gun and, you know, like knock the stunt person in the face. How many times did you have to practice that? There's got to be a safety thing going on there.
Yeah. And you practice with a rubber gun a lot of times, but then it's also just movie magic. Like if you looked at that from another angle, it would be like,
yeah, like you're 5 feet away.
Yeah, for the listening audience, it's it is there's a full 1.5 2 feet between her face and that gun. But that's another thing. Back to your earlier question about being surprised by anything. I think the only thing I was surprised by was that we got to do all the bits. A fight like that would typically be the one thing in an episode. And that was just like one of so many things. Jump off the bus, blow up the car, that big fight sequence. There were so many moments in that episode, you know, that there was the stunt people had created the choreography and that we then rehearsed it one day and then we shoot it the next day. And again, that's just part of those days. I was constantly surprised that they were packing all of this in there. I think that it's, if anyone hasn't seen it, I think you're going to love it. I don't always watch everything that I'm in, not because I have a philosophical view about it. Just, I think, you know, the experience for me is there when I'm doing it. And then, if it's something that I really love the experience, I'll want to watch it afterwards, but then also just like, kids in life, I'm kind of moving on to whatever the next thing is. This is one because of all of those bits. I can't wait to see how it all came out. And then also Quantum Leap, like getting to be a part of the Quantum Leap, like extended lore is another one of those. We're just like, I can't believe it. Like, pinch me, you know?
That's really cool. That's really cool. So where can we expect to see you next? You got anything on the horizon?
It's family fan. I'll be taking my 15-year-old dog out to go to the bathroom around 3 a.m. in the deepest moment of REM. You know, that I'll be dropping my kids off at their 2 different schools because we couldn't streamline that. No, I do. I'm editing a music video right now and I'm really excited about that. An actor named Ben Barnes, who was, he was like the Black Hat, one of the Black Hat characters in season 1 of Westworld. I think he's like the T-Mobile guy right now. He has an album coming out, beautiful singer, and so I'm editing a music video for him, and I'm excited about that. I've got a writing project that I'm very excited about. So there's some other stuff going on like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. I thought the video was going to be for the first single from Mr. Belvedere's Lament.
No, but I do need to include, I need to send you that picture. It says 12 songs on the oddity of being a British Manny and 4 off-color knock-knock jokes. That's Mr. Belvedere's Lament. And you know, if Josh wanted to make a song, I think we could do that.
And you're now your character's Hannah's brother-in-law. So if you got a chance to come back, would you come back to Quantum Leap?
Another way you could ask that is, how are you pitching your return to Quantum Leap while you were on set? Yeah, I would love to. I had so much fun in the Blind Spot world and playing in Martin's like really smart, really action-driven world. Like, it's so fun when the two can live together. And I think that this is I think it's sort of a match made in heaven for him to be running this iteration of Quantum Leap. I'd come back in a heartbeat. I was pitching that. When in season 1, when Magic is talking about he felt a knock on his heart, I just thought that was the coolest thing to get into. Oh man, it gives me goosebumps thinking about that reveal. What's it like on the other side of someone being leapt into? Like, what is that actually like? And I'd never thought about that watching the show the first time through. That was such a cool detail. And so my pitch is that Ben needs to jump into Kevin, and Kevin keeps saying no. And so the episode, for whatever reason, you get him there like for a moment, and then it's almost like the scene in Ghost where Whoopi Goldberg is like, "Get out of me!" That like you get Ben there, and Kevin's like, "No, no, no." That was my pitch for somewhere down the road.
I'm picturing like Lily Tomlin, Steve Martin, all of me, like redo that with you two.
Totally. That's great. And that feels like in the Midnight Run sort of, yeah, that's perfect. The Kevin sequel within Quantum Leap is Lily Tomlin. Yeah, that's perfect. I love that. That's great. That'll go in the pitch. I'll send some emails around. That's great. Give me credit for that.
I would totally watch that. You can have that one.
Well, and there's also something so fun about a show that goes back and forth in time that, you know, in the old days, if your character dies, you can only show up in dreams or if you have a twin. And so those are so played out. But in this one, yeah, like anyone can show back up at any point in time. And so that's where like there's definitely no plan to bring me back. But, you know, hopefully I was fun enough that they're like, maybe where could we?
When they need to leap into Brazil for season 3.
There you go.
There you go.
That's
where Kevin wound up. So
and to
why not?
To see, has he changed? Has he not? Like for Kevin to become like an ally in this in some way. Love it.
Cool. Very cool.
Not to gush about the whole thing, but it was just so great. Caitlin, I didn't mention her. She was great. It was awesome working with her. It's such a weird gig that she has, and she handles it so well. It's so much fun to try and not look at someone who's speaking and making sense and like affecting the world around you, and it has to be a weird psychological thing for her. To be like, oh, here's another person who's literally pretending I don't exist. That's like a nightmare of people, you know? And like, that's what actually happens all the time, literally pretending she doesn't exist. So that was a lot of fun. She was great to work with as well. And then Eliza was in the episode too, and she was great. Like it's an awesome group of people.
Well, we're so glad that you keep the tradition up of everybody saying what a wonderful set this new Quantum Leap is, and just the environment. And before we go, we don't want to keep you too much longer. You've been so generous with your time, but do you have any messages or words for the Leapers listening out there?
I'm one of you. I think that's it. I'm one of you. I think about the season finale or series finale of the first run, and like it gives me chills just thinking about it. Yeah, so that's it. I'm one of you, and it would like, what a treat to get to go play in this world. There's one of my first big gigs was in a Western, and everyone was like, "Can you believe you're in a Western?" And I was like, "I can't believe I'm getting paid to act on television. Like, who cares what it is?" And so, but afterwards I saw like, oh yeah, the goal for everyone is to do a Western. Like, it's ultimate dress up. And there are a few different people and a few different shows that are like a dream to be on. And to get to do Quantum Leap, like that's a dream. It's a dream for me.
Well, we're happy to be here as your dream has come true, David. Thank you so much for being with us on the Quantum Leap podcast.
All right, great. Thank you guys for having me. I hope everyone enjoyed the episode. And yeah, stay tuned for Josh Dean's single, Mr. Belvedere's Lament.
Perfect. And we're back. Wow. I mean, great interviews, right? All episode. Thank you, everybody.
I'm so impressed with everyone you're able to get, Albie.
It's a new experience for me, but I think it worked this time. So hopefully we have just as good luck for the next 4 episodes. David Clayton Rogers, great guy. Thank you so much for being on the show. Everybody, thank you for joining our party. We're just here to celebrate and enjoy Quantum Leap and talk about it. Speaking of talking about it, let's talk about final thoughts. Did we have anything else to talk about off the cuff? John?
I liked that the Elena Carr, like at the fight at the end, she was actually kicking his ass. I thought that was great. I like that. It was nice to see, because you don't normally, like, you're like, all right, well, Ben knows how to fight, he'll be fine, and he did okay for a second.
Well, he
but no,
doesn't really know how to fight, does he?
He's got the muscle. He sort of kind of knows how to fight. He knows how to fight probably better than I. Better than
he's getting better in some situations, but yeah, he wasn't known for his fighting ability.
No, but at this point, most of the fights that he's in, he usually does okay, and this was just totally one-sided. So that was nice to see.
And he's also defending the love of his life and maybe his possible child, her child. But that was a badass fight with the dark and the lights flickering and the water. I was thinking this was like, I was thinking many things. I was thinking like, this is like an Angel. You remember the series Angel, the vampires? Buffy spinoff. It was like a fight like that because it was so dark you couldn't tell what was going on, but you knew it was badass.
Hannah headbutts her all the pieces.
Yeah. And then for half a second, I was like, he's beating up a girl. I was like, but she was trying to kill him, so I guess it's okay.
Yeah. She's beating him up. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I loved Kevin shooting her with the BB gun right in the eye.
And he was like, I guess you will shoot your eye out with that thing. And I was like, oh, that's funny. A Christmas Story reference. But then I was thinking, this is 1970. A Christmas Story hasn't come out yet. So maybe it makes sense to us, but not to them. I don't know.
Yeah, just saying. Saying.
It's great.
Happy coincidence. The other thing I would, when they were after the, during the car chase scene, and the brakes give out, are we assuming that the brakes were sabotaged? That he cut the brake line before they pulled off, or is that just me?
That's a good guess.
Could be. Yeah, he said the brakes were locked, I guess.
Yeah,
I think he said that.
So my thinking was the guy made, because they stopped for the phone call. He stopped to make the phone call, and so my thinking is he cut the brake line then. And if you're pulling out of a parking lot, you wouldn't necessarily, because they're on like a road trip. So if he's just pulling out of the parking lot going on the highway, he wouldn't necessarily be braking, and he wouldn't know until he tried to. So that was my thinking. I was thinking that was sabotage.
And I didn't think of that, but what I thought was weird was always in television, if the brakes go out, for some reason, they keep going fast. You just take your foot off the accelerator and you slow down. I was a short order cook for many years. So I went through a 6-month period without brakes on my car, and I just learned how to drive without brakes. You pull over to the side of the road about a block before you want to stop, and you kind of get the feeling, but you definitely wouldn't go whoo and flip over 3 times. I felt bad for the cars in this episode. They're beautiful cars.
Seriously, that Mustang, yeah,
yeah.
And the Chevelle.
Yeah, hopefully those are just cars that they wreck constantly and repair. I don't know, but we need more of those cars in the world. Yeah, but that was an exciting scene.
Yeah. Well, Albie, you asked me what does the maths on the whiteboard mean?
Yeah, because I had no clue, but I knew it was complicated.
Yeah, it means give an honest review. That you don't need to blow smoke up everyone's ass. They'll still like you even if you don't give 5 out of 5.
And that was mathematically expressed on the board there?
Yes.
Brian.
Okay, so I really liked it. I thought it flowed pretty smoothly. I like the car chases. I like the humor from Kevin and toward Ben in the car and in the other places. I didn't like so much that I figured out that the bad guy was Elena. That's her name, Elena, right off the bat, just because of the original series episodes, and the references to that. But overall, I did like it, and I liked seeing Hannah again, and hopefully we'll see her next episode, and maybe even the rest of them. I would assume that she would probably pop up. So looking forward to seeing where it's going. I would like to see where the computer chip storyline went, because we haven't heard anything else there. So I feel like that's going to come back in some sort of big way and kind of tie all this together. So we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, and Brian, didn't you have a leap and look for us to see as well?
Oh, yes. I've got a new shirt. I noticed that Matt Dale is wearing this exact same shirt in a photo the other day.
Oh,
and I looked it up and figured out where it came from. Redbubble.com.
Nice.
And I got a couple other ones.
So that's not your merch?
Nice.
That's nice.
I had to have it. Nope.
I just assumed it was your merch.
Matt Dale wearing it.
You'll have to start, you'll have to be the fence. You'll have to start selling them for yourself.
Exactly. Doing some shirt laundering. I really liked the jokey nature of Kevin, and when he mentioned another 2 guys, I just thought that was hilarious. And the relationship they had, Ben and Kevin talking about different relationships and things not working out, ex-girlfriends, with Addison being right there, that was just perfect. And I think Ben said the perfect stuff. I really didn't know it was the bail bondsman woman that was going to double cross Ben. I think it was because I noticed the bail bondsman set was like a set that's been used so many times. I was like, oh, that's like the jewelry store. It's this, it's that. And I was going through that in my head. So I didn't even think about her character really. I just thought it was somebody for Ben to be talking on the phone with. So that kind of did surprise me. And the fight at the end definitely did surprise me. We didn't really see the alley in this episode, which was a little disappointing, but we did see a lot of the same sets and locations, like California or New Jersey. The mountains of New Jersey looked a lot like the California mountains, and it looked a lot like when they were stranded in the wilderness and when they were in that camp, and it looked like Russia. But the one thing that I definitely recognized was the gas station from Back to the Future. And I think they were using basically the same angle. It was just instead of like a Coke machine, there was a couple of newspaper machines there or something. But I was thinking it was the Texaco station from Back to the Future. But I know, different weird things. The only other thought I had was Worcestershire sauce and potatoes. Were those like boiled potatoes, mashed potatoes?
I don't know.
But I like the shout out of the Maillard reaction. So I'm going to try that next time. Worcestershire sauce in potatoes. All right. Brian, final thoughts and your rating out of 5. Remember to use a silly object from the episode.
Good episode, rewatchability, some predictability, but I'm still going to give it 4 out of 5 headless teddy bears.
John Irons, final thoughts and your out of 5 rating.
I also enjoyed it. About probably 15 minutes in, the little game I was playing with myself is, okay, how many references can I spot from other movies? So that added to the enjoyability for me. I did suspect that it was the bail bondsman, but it didn't necessarily take away from it for me. And I loved the the banter between Ben and Kevin, like the ultimate optimist and the ultimate cynic having this debate during this wacky road trip was great. So yeah, I'm gonna ask Brian. I'm gonna say 4 rubber soles out of 5.
All right, Hayden, final thoughts and rating.
Okay. I want to point out that I'm watching this with a lot of biases from the fact that I've watched the entire series, the entire original series, and watched this new series as well. For me, it felt like I could have written it myself and done a better job. It also felt like an AI had written it. So I think I'm only going to be able to give it 2 whiteboards full of mathematical gibberish that makes no actual sense out of 5. But I would also be very interested to see what a person who hasn't seen the whole series all the way through would think. Maybe I'll have to show it to Harry or Michelle or someone and find out what they thought as well. So my rating is tentative on my own biases. All right. But yeah, I hope that, we're on an upward trajectory, and I hope we see something original in the next episode. And by the way, what is the next episode, Brian?
The next episode is called The Family Treasure. It takes place in 1953. A cursed treasure hunt draws Ben to Mexico in 1953, putting him between 2 estranged siblings struggling with their late father's legacy. As they navigate a series of lethal obstacles, Ben finds the real challenge lies in repairing this broken family's bond.
It doesn't sound like any Hannah in that episode.
No, because they went back. Is it the
did
Jones
go back.
family?
That's true. 1953.
Is it a father and son? Sorry.
She was around in the 1950s, though. She might still turn up.
So where is this,
Yeah.
though?
Mexico.
She was in Cairo, so she could be in Mexico.
He ran into her in Egypt, so there's no reason he can't run into her in Mexico.
I mean, well, you know what? This will be the test of my theory. My theory is he's only encountering Hannah as she's aging progressively. So now we'll know. If he sees her this time, we'll
True.
That's strange. I really thought next episode would be 18 months later and dealing with the husband and Hannah. Oh, that's another thing I didn't mention. What was that pausing that Addison had when she found out that Hannah's husband was going to die? Like, was that like, should I tell Ben? Shouldn't I tell Ben? How is this going to work out for me or not work out for me?
I don't think she was thinking about herself. I think she was like, okay, cool. Happy ending, happy ending, happy. Ooh. Yeah.
No, there's a good chance, actually, that she was thinking, oh, if I tell him this, then that keeps, his hopes up that he'll eventually be with Hannah, and maybe that means I'm not going to be with him eventually. So she knew that he was about to leap, so maybe she was hoping with a slight pause that she wouldn't have to actually tell him. I could totally see that happening, but I think it could go either way.
I'm going to say for my final thoughts and rating for this episode off the cuff, when I first saw it, I was a little disappointed because I'm very excited for the final 5, but I know they're kind of being written as the final 5 and kind of like the overarching storyline. So, in any story, the beginning isn't the exciting part. It's pretty much just setting things up, getting it started. So maybe this is a restart of it. And what I really liked about this episode was the rewatchability and how I enjoyed it more and more each time. So I might have gave it like a 4.2 if I just had seen it the once. But the fact that I really enjoyed the banter, the comedy, the situation, the romance, and pretty much everything except the proposal at the end, I really enjoyed. This is an episode that I think I can just throw on when I want to rewatch an episode randomly, and it's going to have a lot of rewatchability for me. And I think we're gonna realize a lot more happened in this episode than we thought once we see the other 4, or at least the last 2 or 3. So, because of that, and because of just my enjoyment of the whole thing and having a good time watching it, I'm going to give it a 4.7. I'm going to give it a 4.7 regenerative hydroelectric generators.
But out of how many?
5 out of 5. Yeah, I'm not going for the full 10. Once Ben and Hannah get married, they might get a 10 from me. We'll see. Okay, so I think we said everything there is to say, at least from us, about Off the Cuff, and we'll be here next time talking about the family treasure. I hope you all join us, and I hope everybody will join us. Remember to like, subscribe, share, and do all the things you do, and leave a comment, and all that stuff. For the Quantum Leap Podcast, Quantum Leap After Show, I'm Albie.
I'm John.
I'm Brian.
And I am the AI that Hayden set up to do this program.
We'll see you next time.